favorite project has been the Colors of the Wind FedEx Small Business Grant.
Judges, can we have you come on up and take a seat? Bree's busy giving out her goodies. No, that's okay. I think they want the goodies more than listening to me. Two judges are missing. Yikes. I made a little joke earlier about the two judges that are missing. They're both from the class of 13. All right, well, I'll kind of try to draw this. What was that? You got it? Okay, yes. I was going to say that the packets for judging are in your fancy swag bags. You want to get those out? All right. So first of all, we'll kind of draw it out a little bit, but we do have to start right on time. We're on a really tight time schedule, so hopefully those judges will show up here real soon. They got their spots all ready to go. But first, welcome everyone, judges, faculty, staff, friends, family, and of course, our Clark Tankers. Our Clark Tankers, can we give them all a round of applause? And then I know our tech wizard here, Jack Rogerson, is going to be bringing in the Goodmans. Are they ready? They can come in. Hi, Samantha. Hi. Hi. All right, we're going to go through a couple things and we'll have you chat too. Give a little hello, a welcome. All right, so Samantha here, like I said, she'll give a welcome at the end, but she is our very generous donor, and she is a class of 11, so she didn't mess up with that 13. But anyway, so again, thank you for being here. My name is Teresa Quinn. I am the manager of the Innovation and Entrepreneurship program here at Clark. I have had the absolute privilege to work with all these students here and all the faculty and staff and mentors and everything that have supported them. Everybody has been extremely supportive and helpful for these students, and it shows. It really shows, and I'm sure you'll see it all in the presentations. I wanted to say that this all started for this group back here back in October. They had to apply, and from there, 26 ventures, and I want to say it was 32 students, a couple of them were partners. That's how many we started with. 32, 26 businesses. They went through the whole rigmarole of learning all this stuff, and we lost a few. You know, it's tough. It's not easy what these young people are doing. And we got down to going into the semifinals with 18. And then the semifinals came along, and the judges were the Clark Tank Committee, which we have them here. Five more were not moved forward. 6 more, sorry, were not moved forward, and we are down to the top 12. So these guys are the best of the best, and they really, really are going to show you what that means, because amazing, just amazes me. And as I've said before, when I was in college, no way could I have done this kind of thing. So they've really come very far. Let's see what else. I think that's it, I just wanted to say a couple housekeeping things. Do we still say silence those cell phones, or is that really 2000 something? Anyway, if you could do that. This is Jack over here, better known as the Tech Wizard. He's going to keep us on track. He's got the live stream going, so please let any of your friends and family know. It's at our website, which is on the handout that I gave you, which is clarkstudentventures.com, and it's right there on the home page. So if you have anyone that would like to listen in, they can do that. So the cell phones, and then timing. Here is our timer down here. This is Jasleen. She is going to be our timer. And at 7 minutes, she's going to show you the paddle. She's not going to hit you with it, guys, but she is going to show you the paddle. This means you have 1 minute. You are going to have to stop, as that says, at 8 minutes so we can move on to the judges. And not to let the judges off scot-free, when we get to 14 minutes, you'll get the paddle too, okay? That means we have 1 minute. 1 minute, and then she'll show us at 15 minutes that you guys need to stop so we can move on to the next one. We got 12 to go through today, so we do have to keep it on track. Let's see, I think that covers everything for housekeeping. Judges, any questions about that? I'll give you those. No question? Okay. Well, then the next person I'd like to bring up is Alan Eisner, the Dean of SOM, and he has a couple of welcome words.
Thank you, Teresa. Well, on behalf of the faculty and staff of the School of Management, we thank you very much for being here today and for participating in Clark Tank. To all the students, we certainly hope you learn something and have a lot of fun with today's event. I know it's planned to be the endurance test of entrepreneurship. We're going all day with showcasing some fantastic student businesses. To our Clark Tankers, congratulations for making it to the finals here. Win, lose, or draw, you're all winners in our book. What great businesses. Congratulations to all of you. And judges, thank you so much for participating and being part of this. It makes a world of difference to us. Thank you for volunteering and for being with us and for everyone's generosity today. To the Goodmans, thank you so much, Samantha, for supporting this effort. We couldn't do it without you, as well as our other generous alumni and volunteers. Thank you so much for everything you do for us. And with that, let's have some fun.
I'd also like to take a minute to have the committee stand up, the Clark Tank Committee, which would be, you're here. All right, we have Jen, we have Sujan, and we have Jose. They've all participated in Clark Tank over the last 4 or 5 years. They are absolutely amazing. And there's one of our judges. Come on, sneak on up here, Brad. Spotlight on you, spotlight on you. You've got a spot right there. Okay, all right. And I think that's it. So I'm going to turn it over to Samantha Goodman here. As we've said, and Alan has said, that generous donation, and without her, this wouldn't be possible. So I want to turn it over to her and let her say some words of encouragement for our students.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me back again. I just want to say good luck to everybody, and it's been such a joy over the last several years participating in this and seeing how the program has grown and developed while still, keeping Clark's motto at heart: challenge, convention, change our world. It's something that is important to me and my family. So thanks for having us, and good luck, everyone.
Did I miss anyone? All right. Thank you very much, Samantha. So now we're going to bring up our wonderful MCs. We've got Naveed Satur, I said it right? Okay. And Evelyn Ward. And I wanted to just throw out, too, that Evelyn is also going to be the MC for Gala in March, so it should be pretty entertaining. So I'm going to turn it over to them, and they're going to handle it from here on out. So they're going to have the judges introduce themselves. You guys got your own?
Yeah.
You need one?
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Clark. If you're a student here, hello. And if you haven't been to Clark in a while, welcome back. My name is Naveed.
My name is Evelyn.
And we will be your host for today. We want to start the show off by asking the judges to do a little quick introduction about themselves before we run the show. And welcome to Clark Tank 2023. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Hi, my name is Jessica. I am currently a sophomore, and I participated in Clark Tank last year for Scavenger Venture. I won the business pitch competition, and I was also up-and-coming entrepreneur of 2022. I'm also here because of the Entrepreneurship Club. We are having another meeting on Monday, if anyone would like to come, to try to give more entrepreneurship opportunities to everyone within Clark. So, yeah, thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brianna Azier. I brew Sweet Treats, located in the Worcester Public Market. We make handcrafted, custom, artisan chocolates and treats. I specialize in branded chocolates and treats. We have won the Central Massachusetts Best of Business Awards, and we were also just awarded the Worcester Business Journal Best New Business for 2023. Proud Clark University graduate, class of 2005. I'm super excited to be here.
Hi, my name is Deborah Harsh. I'm a Clarkie as well, class of 1980. I'm probably the oldest Clarkie here. I own and started a marketing communications firm that specializes in science, and our tagline is "We speak science." So we do all things marketing, and I've been involved with what was usually the Eureka Project and now Clark Tank since 2015. My first venture in was as a mentor, and then in 2016 I was a judge. I missed 2 years in the middle of that, but it's really exciting every year to come and do this and working with the students and getting them ready for their pitch. So I wish them all much success today.
Good morning, everyone. I'm super sorry I'm late, but it seems like I'm on time here. So it's difficult to make a trip in the morning from Boston to here after snow. So I really apologize. But I'm so happy I'm here again. And I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces. And Harissa, congratulations. So it's my great pleasure to be here. And I hope today all the judges will and all the students will have a terrific interaction. And hopefully we can make another history for Clark Tank again, okay? Oh, by the way, my name is Christina Bai. I graduated from Master of Science in Professional Communication program, and in 2012, yeah, it was a long time ago. Okay.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Brad McNamara, class of 2013. So I started one of my first companies, or 2 companies ago, on campus here at Clark University, which was pretty cool. It's me just in a shipping container by what used to be the Blarney Stone. I don't even know if that's still there. Just hacking away, building farms inside of boxes. So started that company in 2012, still operating. Now we have farms in 48 states and 35 countries around the globe, which is pretty cool to create the largest network of connected indoor automated farms in the world. It's a lot to say. Since then, I started a new company about 18 months ago called Morrissey Market, essentially reimagining the grocery system, tapping into a better supply chain to try and create essentially more connection and more value between farmers, producers, distributors to customers, and not keep things so separated and siloed so that everybody who feeds the world can benefit. So yeah, doing that, and just excited to be here and judge away. So good luck.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Thomas Muller. I am a current 5th-year student here. I am studying for my MBA. I'm also a Clark Tank alum of 2019, was the Eureka contest. And I am also working in finance at CVS. So yeah, I'm excited.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Miguelina Peralta. I am the Executive Director of E4All, Entrepreneurship for All, in the Greater Worcester and Central Massachusetts area. And in E4All, we help people turn their dreams into businesses. We are a small business incubator open to the community with free virtual programs for anyone that is dreaming to start a new business. And together with Teresa, we partner with a bunch of other organizations and individuals that support entrepreneurship in Central Massachusetts in the area. And I'm very happy to be part of this pitch contest. We also host other pitch contests for the community, and it's exciting to see the businesses of the future being birthed here in events like this. So it's a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges. It's wonderful to hear a little bit from you all, and it's wonderful to see you here. And with that, we'd like to start off Clark Tank 2023 with our first business.
Your sweater and the message that it's sending.
Oh, thank you. Yes, actually from my brand called Reflect the Youth. Actually, if you scan the NFC tag on my sleeve, you'll be redirected to my website where you can learn more about my brand as well as how you can support me.
You know, honestly, I've never heard an NFC tag, but that sounds pretty cool. Well, catch you later.
Okay, I'll see you later. Hello, everyone. First of all, I'd just like to say a big thank you to everyone that is here. I appreciate you guys taking the time to be here and to hear our presentations. My name is Zee Alvarado. I am a first year here at Clark University, and my brand is called Reflect the Youth. Reflect the Youth is a clothing brand that aims to spread awareness on social, political, and environmental issues through clothing. So a little bit about fashion activism. So what is activism fashion? It is a practice of using fashion as a medium for social, political, and environmental change. The fashion activism industry is a little bit more of a 21st century thing. It is a little bit newer. However, the fashion industry in itself is expected to grow to 30 trillion by 2030. So here are some images of my latest drop. I got these within a week ago, and they are about gun reform. So I'm not sure if you guys may have heard of the Michigan State University incident where 3 students unfortunately passed and a few others had to be hospitalized because of mass shootings. So this is an example of what the kind of pieces that I'm trying to create of spreading a strong, impactful message. This one says how many more features will be stolen. I might update it to how many more features will be robbed. And the back says protect youth, not guns. So a little bit about myself and my background. I'm a Worcester local resident. I was born and raised here, and I have some background around social work, youth work, and activism work. I've always had some passion for just making a change in my community. I've done work with Youth Civics Union, and we kind of talked about the importance of having teacher diversity in the education system. I did some work around how the lack of single-stalled, all-gender bathrooms in Worcester public schools can impact students that are maybe transgender, students that maybe are genderqueer, non-binary, and so on and so forth. And actually, we were able to implement single-stalled, all-gender bathrooms in 2 of Worcester's new schools, including South High Community School and Doherty High School. So if you ever check those schools out and see those there, just know that I was a part of that work. Some of my competitors, just to go over them, are the Gender Fail Project, Poppy Juice, and Philadelphia Printworks. These are all brands that are actively working to spread messages similar to mine on various issues, whether they are around LGBTQ+ issues, whether they're around racial issues, environmental issues, and so on and so forth. So what is the game changer with my brand? So my brand actually has what is called an NFC tag. When you scan the NFC tag on the sleeve, similar to how we use Apple Pay, it stands for Near Field Communication. You will basically scan it with your phone and be redirected to my website. On my website, you can learn more about my brand and its mission, along with how you can become involved, and if you would like to support my brand, you can do that as well as other organizations that are actively working on the problem. So the cost breakdown per hoodie, the NFC tags, blank hoodies, and vinyl design together comes out to $16.33. I would sell them for $35. So in the end, my profit is around $18 to $19. My branches of sales would be included but not limited to. These are some organizations that I've worked with in the past in my high school years. So Youth Civics Union, Upper Bound Trio, WAJA, the Youth Leadership Institute. I've also sold at the Clark Thrift Store. So these are all some of my branches of sales that I have reached out to, and they're all interested in purchasing my first batch of hoodies when I do launch them. And then I would also want to move on to my website, which is reflecttheyouth.com. So my ask is $1,500. Here is included the cost of that amount. Basically, I would need to purchase at first the machinery to create the hoodies, along with the materials that I would need. So that would be hoodie blanks, along with the vinyl that I would need to cut out the designs, and so on and so forth. My ask is $1,500, and that would help me create 50 hoodies for my first batch. And in return, I would get $1,750 from the sales. My initial ROI, I know, is a little bit low. It comes out to 16%, but that is because I am including the machinery cost. However, my annual return on investment per quantity of 50 hoodies actually comes out to 114%. So my future plans that I would like to also integrate are things such as puff vinyl, and that is what will help create a more outstanding design for individuals with the hoodie. I want to incorporate more of a marketing manager if possible. I think that I could really use that for the business. I want to integrate what is called a tier project or a tier plan. Basically, as the amount of sales increase, I would also increase the amount that I donate to specific organizations. An example could be like, let's say I have a hoodie that is talking about trans individuals and the rights for them. The amount that would be donated would be to the Human Rights Campaign, and they actively work towards those situations. I would also want to add things such as hats, t-shirts, maybe some water bottles, just to really continue the branding. Yeah. So thank you guys for being here and watching my presentation today. Before I go, I'd just like to ask you one question. How would you like to be a part of the change that you want to see in the world? Oh, yeah, I bet.
We should go back up.
Yeah, right.
Go for it.
Hello. Great presentation, thank you. Just had a follow-up question on sort of who you're initially targeting to sell the specific sweatshirts to.
Yeah, of course. So hence the name Reflect the Youth. I would want to be targeting towards more youth individuals and youth activists. Since I was born and raised here in Worcester, I'm aware of how heavily activist-centric, Worcester can be. I've worked with many organizations in the past, and there are many youth activists. Really, if you just get involved, you would become aware of them. So I would mainly want to sell to youth, and I guess I would say like Gen Z, millennials in a way. Everyone really, but I feel like our generation is a little bit more towards like the activism side in a way.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so my question has to do with branding, and congratulations on your presentation and on your idea. Very good. I came to see your logo towards the end of the presentation, and I really like the way it is. Looks very distinctive. However, I didn't see it at the beginning, and when you show your competition, it is very clear that it's very similar, the look of all of them, and in terms of messaging and the black and white pattern being used. How do you intend to distinguish yourself from them so you don't get blended into the background with similar organizations that are trying to do something like you are doing?
So the way that I would say I try to differentiate myself is, like I said before, I've never seen any other brand integrate technology with their clothing with something such as an NFC tag. I haven't seen it done before, so I feel like it is a new way of changing the game in a way. But other than that, in the future, I would like to collab with other artists that are local here in Worcester, that have a similar mission as mine, are also impacted by the work that's being done, and would like to work with me to create more designs to really, I guess, make me stick out.
Thank you.
I've got a question. to follow up on your target customer and target market. So I hear that you're saying that it is the youth. How do you plan to reach them? Where do you plan to reach them? Is this a brick and mortar, a pop-up, online sales? Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, so I will want to continue doing community work and youth work in Worcester. So just actively being involved with these organizations, I would be able, since they all have a similar inspiration behind what I'm doing, I'll be able to spread the message through there. For example, Youth Civics Union, which they are located at Worcester State University, I would go there on Wednesdays. We would talk about a specific issue that's happening in the community along with the work that we're doing. And with them, I would tell them like, hey, I'm actually creating this brand, on my personal time. If you're interested, spread the message. I can, give you guys some hoodies, and then from there, I can spread the message. If anything, I could also try to consider having ambassadors, where I would give out a hoodie to somebody that I know would actively promote my brand, and then from there, I would have a bigger target.
When you were talking about your marketing efforts and maybe having a marketing manager, how do you plan on marketing? And what's the encouragement to scan the tag? What's the value of scanning the tag for the person to do it?
Okay. So, can you actually repeat your question just so I can?
Sure. The first part of the question was, I'm sorry, it was a two-part question. You talked about getting a marketing manager. How do you really plan on marketing this, digitally or however, more than working in the community? And what's the encouragement? Part of the purpose of the shirt is this tag.
Yeah.
So what's the value prop to someone actually scanning the tag?
So believe it or not, I actually had planned to create a video and posting it on my social media that would talk about what exactly is the NFC tag, how exactly it works, the durability and credibility behind it. I have yet to do that because I need some of the equipment and to make that. But I would want to create more of an informal video for that. And then as for the marketing manager, the way that I want to increase market is I think we're honestly always on social media at times. I think that's the best way to market in a way. So just kind of having a social media marketer who would actively create posts in which people can engage in, be informed from there and so on. And then for the actual NFC tag, can you repeat your question for the NFC tag?
What's the purpose of, why would somebody scan it? What's the value prop to them scanning it? And if they scan it the first time, why would they scan it again?
Yeah, so the value behind scanning it really is just if they are interested and want to get involved, it would really emphasize, hey, check this out, this is the brand, this is the mission behind the brand and how you can get involved if you would like to. On the website, I want to have organizations that are also actively working towards whatever the issue is about. So for example, like I said, let's say a hoodie that they want to purchase is talking about trans rights. At the bottom of that website page, you will see, let's say like the Human Rights Campaign. They are an organization that are actively working towards that issue. So not only can an individual be informed about my brand and how to support, they will also be informed on how they can support other organizations if they would like to donate to them instead.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I don't have any question, but I have a suggestion for you.
Okay.
So I think you can think about to benefit with local nonprofit to be their authorized vendor for your product. Even like City of Worcester, even Clark University, right? If they're going to need to print more T-shirt or hoodie or what else fashion, products, accessories, they can looking for you. So I think you can go ahead just to talk with them. Just tell them you're a student, you're doing entrepreneurship, you're doing a new venture, what else? And your product to show them and give them a friendly price because you're gonna go to the wholesale strategy instead of retail. If you're working with a nonprofit, you can think about to change your strategy to be like a Costco instead of shops, instead of the others. So yeah, this is just my suggestion. hopefully can help for yourselves in the future.
Thank you. Yeah, I will take that suggestion into account. I actually did think about a similar idea. Since my first job is referring to gun reform, I did think about, there's an organization that promotes Stop the Violence. I'm not sure if you guys ever heard of them. I was wanting to potentially sponsor them on like the sleeve, for example, and collabing with them, and then just continue spreading the message through there.
So you discussed that for future plans you want to donate to different organizations. Yep. How much do you plan to like donate, or like is it a percentage of the profit you make?
Yeah, so through the tier project, I kind of showed an example of what it could look like. Let's say I make 500 sales. From that 500 sales, I would tell the customers from then on, I would donate 5% to organizations of the profit. Then let's say I hit my first 100 sales, I would then, let's say, donate 10%, and basically the percentage would increase as the number of sales increase. So just kind of like, not only would it motivate customers to want to purchase as well, it would also increase the amount that I'm donating from the profits.
Thank you, and thank you, judges, for your questions. So how many of us in this room have pets at home? And how many of us here had to leave them at home because we needed to come here to school?
Yeah, I really wish there was a way I could have my pet with me right now.
You know, I have an idea.
Everyone, this is my pet panther Mittens. And with the help of Schweitzer Studios, I'm able to have Mittens with me wherever I go. We would like to introduce to you Schweitzer Studios.
Hello, everyone. All right, here we go. I'd like to begin today with a question. How many of you, by a show of hands, can think of an animal that you hold near and dear to your heart? It could be a beloved pet, or maybe it's your spirit animal. I invite you to keep that animal in mind as I go through this presentation today. My name is Max Schweitzer, and I create intricate white-on-black illustrations that capture the essence of the animals you love. Now, art has been a part of my life ever since I was a kid. Both of my parents are artists, and so going to museums was a popular activity on the weekends. What I found was that most of the paintings looked the same, especially to my young eyes. But there are a few artists who are instantly recognizable upon walking into a room. There's a Pollock, or there's a Dali. I would run up to those paintings and look over every detail, hoping that I could find something that the thousands before me could have missed. Now, as I grew older and I began to develop my own illustration skills, I wanted to accomplish two things. First, I wanted a style that was recognizably my own. And second, I wanted to pull the viewer in and invite them to look through the various layers of complexity that my illustrations exhibit. In 2016, I sold my first work of art, and in 2017, Schweitzer Studios was born. Over the past 5 years, I've worked day in and day out to build this business into something that will become my full-time job upon my graduation this May. Now, during that time of growth, I realized that two things are incredibly important to success: adaptability and effective marketing practices. During the pandemic, my in-person selling opportunities dwindled, but I noticed there was a rise in pet ownership. And with that increase in ownership was an increase in pet-related spending, and more specifically, pet-related artwork. So in the fall of 2020, I began offering pet commissions, and they've since become my most popular product. Now, selling pet commissions means that I'm competing with other artists that offer similar products. But the big difference between myself and them is my unique illustrative style. Most of these artists are painters that use acrylics or oils to achieve a loose likeness of the pet in question. With my illustrative style, I can achieve a much greater level of detail using charcoals, pastels, and colored pencils. Second is effective marketing practices. My target market is working professionals and families with disposable income who cherish their pets. I use an integrated multi-channel marketing strategy to reach my target market directly. So a little bit about my products. I sell three main kinds of products. First are prints. And these are 12 by 16 fine art prints that I sell for $40 per print. Now, the one caveat here is I have to outsource the prints currently, and they cost $20 to order. But I'm hoping to change that today with your help. Second are originals. These are white on black original illustrations, as well as illustrations on natural materials like birch and slate. These have been incredibly popular this past year, and the average sale of an original in 2022 was about $250. And finally, commissions. How cool would it be to have a larger-than-life illustration of the animal you thought of a few minutes ago right there in your living room for you to admire each and every day? I do commissions of both pets and wildlife, and the average commission sale is $600. These make for a beautiful gift to a loved one, or can be a wonderful way to immortalize a pet, past or present. This is a recent commission I did for President Fithian of one of his horses. So, sales. I sell mostly at in-person arts festivals throughout the year. In 2022, I attended 6 arts festivals and averaged $1,900 in in-person sales per show. That's prints and originals. But at those shows, I was also selling commissions, and I averaged just over 4 commissions per show. The business was doing well, but it still needed that little push to become something that could become my full-time job. So I bought a ticket to the largest arts convention in the world with the intention of finding a mentor. There, I met Thomas Fluharty. He's an incredible artist whose work has been featured on the cover of Time and Mad Magazine. He's actually watching today. Thomas, thank you for all your help. You've helped me increase my illustration skills dramatically and grow my confidence. Over the winter, I began applying to some of the largest arts festivals in New England, and have recently been accepted into 6 juried shows. These are much larger shows with 40,000 average attendees over a multi-day period compared to the typical 3,000 attendees from last year. With that increase in attendance, I'm projecting $3,800 in in-person sales, as well as 8 commissions sold per show. Now, since this is going to be my full-time job, it's important to understand my sales cycle. I've got on months and off months. The on months are where I'm selling at the festivals in person, but I'm also selling commissions at those shows, which will give me a consistent workflow throughout the year until my next festival. So the funding proposal. Today I'm asking for $3,800 divided between hardware and marketing. First, $1,600 for a Canon ProGraph Pro 1000 printer. The $1,600 covers the printer, the ink, and the paper. This would reduce the cost of prints from $20 per print down to just $2.5 per print. The break-even point would be in September, and we're looking at $1,000 in profit from print sales alone by the end of 2023. The big thing with this printer specifically is it uses pigment-based ink rather than dye-based ink, and the pigment-based ink allows for a much greater level of detail than the dye-based ink does. Second is a digital drawing tablet. Now, for any commission or large illustration that I create, it takes about 7 days, but 2 to 3 of those days are spent just doing traditional sketches, getting used to the subject, and playing around with different lighting and compositional choices. A digital drawing tablet would allow me to work continuously on one document rather than having to start from scratch with each new idea. This would not only reduce waste dramatically, but it would help expedite the process and reduce the time from 2 to 3 days of sketching down to just 1 day, allowing me to complete more work in the same amount of time. And finally, a table at Lightbox Expo, the largest arts convention in the world. $700 covers the cost of the table. I'll cover the cost of the plane ticket and the hotel. Tom's been selling at this event since its inception, and he projects that I can make $1,200 per day over the 3-day period for a gross revenue estimate of $3,600 at the show. So if this sounds like something you're interested in, here's my contact information. I would love to create a commission just for you. Please help me in growing this business into my full-time job this May. Thanks very much.
We'd love to hear some questions or comments from the judges. Go.
Go ahead. Thank you. So I like this project. I think it's amazing business. But I have a few suggestions for you. I noticed that you've registered several expos, but it's more focused on art, art show. Because think about your customer. Your customer, not artist, or not they're like us, right? We normally, like for example, I want to go to an art show, but I will go to a pet show, right? Yeah, think about because you're drawing pets. So there's a Greater Boston Pets Expo every year in September, and a National Dog Show, I watch it every year. So it's so amazing. So think about to partner with them, or even I think they have expos.
Yeah.
Expos like before or after the TV show. So you can rent a table and just draw the pad there. So I think that will keep your sales significantly grows.
Yeah.
So that's my suggestion.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I should clarify that the arts festivals are festivals. They're not necessarily art shows, but they're festivals where attendees can come and purchase goods. But that's a really good suggestion.
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
Target the market.
Yeah, because art show is all the artists like you. So you're a competitor with each other.
Right.
But the pet show, that's all your customers.
Yeah, totally.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
And,
that's really
and
helpful.
skiing off of that, there's lots of horse shows.
Yeah.
And horse people can't take their horses with them a lot of places.
Right.
So having that horse owner, so I get that. My question has got to do with marketing and how you're going to market this besides the festivals. Because making awareness to drive them to your booth is super important. So what's your plan for that?
Right, yeah, it's not enough to just show up at the festival and hope for the best. So I have a few things in place. First, on the weekends, I go home to my hometown, West Hartford, and I actually go to the dog park where I talk to the dog owners there. I show them my commissions brochure that talks you through each step of the process, and then I leave them with a business card. That's been really effective. I've actually sold 6 commissions through that channel alone. Also, this year, I'm going to integrate location-based advertising based on which shows I'm applying to. So this is the year where I'm taking it from kind of this business on the side while I'm focusing on academics, and now this is going to become my full-time career. So I'll be using those location-based advertisements to get clicks on the website, which will have information about each festival. And then finally, I have local flyers at the veterinary office, which is another way of targeting specific pet commissions or individuals with pets.
And all the pet stores if you can.
Yeah, I will. I've got one downtown, so I'll give them a ring this weekend.
Congratulations on your presentation.
Thank you.
And I will say that you're in the right industry. This industry is still booming, and it's projected to keep growing in the next few decades. So you're in the right market. I would like to know what is the demand specifically that you have seen for your business venture, and what have been your sales so far?
Yeah, so my most popular product is the pet commissions. So those are usually, I do about 4 of those per show, but then I also have the other channels like the dog parks, like the flyers. So last year I created about 26 commissions, and so that was an average of 20, with the commissions and the in-person sales, it was $21,000 for the year of 2022. With this increase in attendance at these festivals, I'm projecting about $35,000 given the increase in in-person sales and commission sales. But the commissions are really the main kind of bread and butter of the business, and then supplemented by the prints and originals at the shows. Does that answer it?
Yes, thank you.
And Max, I just had a question. So you said it takes you 7 days to get a printout?
Yes, to complete a commission, like an original illustration.
And then my question was, how long does it take to do like a commission? So the question I'm getting at is to make this a full-time job and to support yourself, how many prints, how many commissions can you as Max do on an annual basis? And then you have all that time dedicated to being at the show, or you might not be able to be actually, engaging in the act of art, because you're selling and marketing. So how do you break that down and think about it?
Yeah, that's a valid question. So the 7 days is for the commissions. The prints are quick, where I can just put them out and put in the order, and I don't have to do anything with that. So a typical commission is about 7 days, but the thing with this is I can work on multiple commissions at one time. So right now I'm juggling 7 commissions that I've gotten from the arts festivals last year, and I've got a commissions calendar where I can plan each one. So usually I've got 2 to 3 commissions going all at once, kind of strewn about the table, and that way I can have a consistent revenue, and I'm not just relying on, okay, here's one, here's $600, and then I move on to the next. So before the arts festivals, yeah, I'm building the inventory, but I'm also working on multiple commissions at the same time.
Got it.
I'm curious about the festivals, the shows that you were talking about. Once you take this full time, how many shows would be feasible annually for you to attend? And then how much revenue would you get just off of the shows for a year?
Yeah, so I'd say probably about 1 show a month is where I'd like to get to. I've got 6 right now for this year on the calendar. I'm waiting to hear back from 2 more that I'm confident that I'll get into, so that'll be 8. but I think one per month gives me enough time to build up inventory before each show. And if we're looking at, based on last year's projections, about $4,000 per show, 12 shows, that's $48,000 a year in prints and originals. And then we've also got the commissions income as well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yep, thanks.
I have a question in regards to paying yourself. So I hear you saying that it takes you 7 days. Are we talking about 24-hour days to put out a commission?
Right, good question. So each commission is usually, each day that I'm talking about is about 6 hours of work in total drawing, distributed between the multiple commissions. I usually do 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon. And then, of course, maybe an hour and a half on one commission and then switching to the other. So that way I can complete more work than just if I was doing an 8-hour work day, 7 days a week, just for one commission for $600.
What is the thought process behind not just putting all your energy and time and focusing on completing one commission at a time as opposed to spreading it across 7 different commissions?
Yeah, that's a good question. It really comes down to the decision making and the fatigue that comes along with working at this level of detail. So as you go and you get into the 3 or 4 hours in a row working on one commission, the decision making and the mark making starts to get a little more sloppy. So changing commissions halfway through is just my way of refreshing kind of the brain and the hand-eye coordination that goes along with that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
It seems like the majority of your marketing and everything you're doing is in person. How are you ensuring that you're marketing like digitally so it doesn't require you to actually be there?
Right, yeah, so that's something that I can work on, and that's something I'm really excited to get into this year. I've got a full website, I've got a newsletter and a blog that go along with that, but then I've also got a consistent social media presence with reels and behind the scenes.
She'll hit you with that paddle.
Thank you. Thank
Awesome.
you so much.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
Aren't you tired of Jasmine's and just having like basic, boring desserts?
So bland.
Right?
Look no further than Sadie's Sweet Shop, cooking up colorful and sweet recipes to satisfy your stomachs and your eyes.
Please welcome Sadie's Sweet Shop.
Hi everyone. So have you ever been watching the Great British Baking Show and seen all the beautiful cakes just like the one on the screen and wanted to just devour your TV screen? Well, what if I told you I made this cake? Hi everyone, welcome to Sadie's Sweet Shop. My name is Sadie Kame and I am the owner and founder of Sadie's Sweet Shop. I am dedicated to providing higher quality, fresher, designer, artisan, and unique baked goods to the Clark and Worcester community. So a little bit about me. I grew up baking in my grandmother's kitchen, and she passed down a bunch of family recipes to me. And so when she passed in 2018, I knew I wanted to do something with that, and that would be opening up a bakery. And so I got an opportunity to do this when I enrolled in Entrepreneurship 115 during my sophomore year of college, where we are tasked to open up a business and see it through the semester. And so that was my business, that was my bakery. However, it was no easy task. I had 2 incredibly hard pop-ups. At the first couple pop-ups, I only sold about $15 worth of product. But then suddenly my business started to grow and it got traction. And this was because of my brownies. The brownies that I provide are super chocolatey, super just good, to say the least. And so they're very unique in that way, and I saw that there was kind of like a lack of artisan and designer baked goods on Clark's campus and for Clarkies to reach easily. So that's when I decided to open up and to kind of switch Sadie's Sweet Shop into a more artisan and specialty and unique bakery. Now, what I mean by that, because that's a whole bunch of jargon, what I mean by this is that everything I make is from scratch, handmade. I'm sorry. I make my products as beautiful as possible, and I don't take away from the taste. I want the experience to be as good from the beginning of the cookie and to the end of the cookie. And I want the whole experience and all the packaging to just look extremely beautiful. So the baking industry is worth $153 billion annually, and I want a chunk of that. So some of my target customers are Clarkies, Clark faculty, and the Clark community, and then I also want to start reaching out to broaden my community into Worcester and other places. So some of my competitors, Dough Is Me, Cougar Cafe, and Entrepreneurship 115 Bakeries. What makes me different from these people are that I provide really unique, you can't get it anywhere else products that are very designer and pretty to look at. Whereas Cougar Cafe, very corporate, there's no real personal face, but at my business there is. And then the small Entrepreneurship 115 bakeries, it's common that these bakeries pop up, but they usually just dissolve after the semester. So every Wednesday you can see me at the Clark Collective pop-ups where I offer a wide range of baked goods. And the specials I have change weekly. So some of those products you might see at the table are brownies, which are still my most highest selling baked good. And then pumpkin snickerdoodles, which are a great example of how I keep my arsenal of baked goods trendy and seasonal. And then I also do custom orders. So cakes, cupcakes, cookies, brownies, blondies, whatever your heart really desires, I can make for you. And this is a cake I made for Mother's Day. So along with providing baked goods at the pop-up, I love to do what I call cupcake decorating nights. And this is when I invite customers to come in for $15 and I teach them how to bake cupcakes and to make them the prettiest as possible. So I provide everything from the cupcakes, the frosting, the sprinkles, the food coloring, the piping tips, and even custom Sadie Sweet Shop aprons. And this is a really great way for us to build a family around Sadie Sweet Shop. That's the most important, that's the reason I do all of this, really, is I want to have a family and a support system of baked good lovers. And so I want to keep doing this in the next few semesters. And then I also want to start reaching out to professors with young kids. I feel that this is a great way to get my name out there for birthday parties or other events they may be holding. So in the first year of sales, I did $1,700. If we look at this more closely, we can see that the cost of goods sold for the 200 brownies was just under 200. The cost of goods sold for the 30 pumpkin snickerdoodles was just over 200. If we look more closely, we can see that one batch of the pumpkin snickerdoodles cost me $7.29, and each cookie costs 91 cents. And I sell one of those cookies for $4, so every time I sell one cookie, I get a profit of $3.09. And then cost of goods sold for the one Mother's Day cake was 31. And so if we go into my operating expenses, so baking supplies, aprons, pans, spatulas, things of that nature, stickers, business cards, and marketing all bring down my net profit to just under $900. So my ask, I am asking for $2,150. The first part of this money will go to buying myself an additional KitchenAid with mixer and bowl. This will allow me to double my product, double my production, and save some time. And then I'm asking for pastry arts classes from the Boston University Metropolitan College and program in food and wine industry. So these classes are taught by the world's most renowned pastry chefs, and so I will be able to gain a huge amount of skills from these classes, and it will allow me to open up new product lines such as French pastries and fine patisserie. So that's a new product line, and that can get me further into into other custom orders. And then lastly, I'm asking for a mini fridge with a freezer. So this will allow me to buy my ingredients in bulk and save expenses, right? And also, it'll save my life when my roommates don't kill me for using the entire freezer. But yes, in all seriousness, it will allow me to buy ingredients in bulk and save cost. So thank you so much. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me at sadiesweetshop16@gmail.com or Sadie Sweet Shop TikTok and Instagram. So instead of drilling over your TV, you can come to Sadie Sweet Shop and we can dream up your most confectionery desires.
Hi, Sadie.
Hi.
Bree Sweet Treats.
Yes.
From one sweet maker to
Yes,
another.
yes.
Your work looks great.
Thank you.
My question for you is in regards to your target audience and what you're going to do when you graduate. I heard you say you're here, you're a Clarkie, your audience and your customers are here at school.
Yeah.
But you're not going to be here at school forever.
No, yeah.
And then your customer base also leaves and goes back across the country. Or if you're a proud Clarkie like me, you stay. So what's your plan for after school? Where does this go? Have you thought about that market and what is that market after Clark?
Right. So I want to start, I've heard a little bit about you and how like there's commercial kitchens that you can work in and then get your name out there. So I would probably go to one of those and try to get my name out there that way. Or I'm looking into like getting a start at like a small bakery and working my way up, and then gaining more of the skills of opening running an actual brick and mortar bakery. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
In your financials, you had $10 for marketing.
Yes.
So tell me how that works. I mean, kind of skiing off a question of how are you going to get your name out there?
Yeah. So that $10 is from when I spent $10 to boost one of my Instagram posts.
I see.
Yeah.
So do you have a plan, a marketing plan to launch the business? I mean, it's great to do the pop-up stores here and the Clark community, which is wonderful.
Right.
But how do you scale up and how do you monetize the business?
Right. So I want to start boosting more. I want to start marketing more in my Instagram posts and things of that nature. And yeah, just more Instagram posting. I don't really post a lot on my TikTok, but I think that's another great way to do so because you can really blow up there. Yeah.
Hi, Sadie.
Hi. Oh, yeah.
Congratulations on your presentation.
Thank you.
I would like to ask you, in terms of food certification, what have you gotten already and what certifications are you researching or planning to get in the future in order to be able to scale your production in a safe and permitted way?
Right. So I actually am food safe certified. My certification ends, I think, in 2025. So I have quite some time before I have to take that test again. But yeah, I'm looking into other certifications, and the classes, of course, will help me do so. Did that answer your question?
So Sadie, I'm looking at your packaging right now, and I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts of putting your website link or some way of actually finding your Instagram or socials, that way you can get repeat customers.
Yeah.
And then a second question also to that is, for your marketing strategy, obviously what makes you competitive right now is your access to Clark University students.
Right.
Did you have any plans of taking advantage of, say, Clark events like Spree Day or Wellness Days or anything like that?
Yes. So I do a lot of catering for the entrepreneurship program, but I want to start reaching out to admissions and to get to cater when they have what's the word? It's like a new student day or something. Yeah, so I do want to start reaching out because I am a vendor at Clark, so I can easily get that, yeah.
Okay, great. And for your packaging, have you thought of adding that or anything like that?
No, I hadn't, but I do think that's a good idea. Maybe I could put some sort of QR code that'll take it. I don't know. Well, I do want to play around with that. I like that idea a lot. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Going back to your target going back to your target audience, what do you do within the off seasons of Clark time, say the summer?
Right. So I don't bake as much, but I have friends and family and coworkers that will buy from me. So it's a little bit lower in terms of the production and the sales I do over the summer months. But I do just bake out of my home of Long Meadow, Massachusetts. So.
Sadie, I think you're doing an amazing job. So next time, please be more self-confident about your speech. So I'd like to know about your long-term strategy. So are you going to make it as your, in the future, for your full-time job, or you just want to make it as your part-time job while you're in school?
No, I want to expand to make it my full-time job after I graduate, yes.
And how do you scale it up? Like you're going to open a bakery store, or you're going to outsourcing your bakery to some other restaurant or hotel or school?
Yeah, I would love to eventually work my way up into opening my own brick and mortar store. So I might take some like internships at other places and just kind of see, and then work my way up, yeah.
That's terrific.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Thank you.
I have another question about you said that your competition,
yes.
and I could be wrong, but those all looked like Clark University-based businesses. Was that correct? The Cougar Cafe, the 115 Bakeries, Dough Is Me?
Yeah, so Dough Is Me is like me. She's a student who has a baking business on campus. And then Cougar Cafe is in the library. So yes, that is a Clark, more of a Clark run thing. And then the other small businesses are just like me, but they don't last throughout the semester. Was that your question?
Yeah, so I was just wondering if you were tunneling yourself into saying, I am a Clark University business and I am up against other Clark University businesses, not other Worcester City or surrounding businesses. Is that kind of your mindset?
As of right now, yes. But as I expand more into the Worcester and community, then obviously you'd be one of my competitors.
Yeah, definitely get with me after. I'd love to help you get
yes.
into local pop-ups
yes.
and step outside of Clark University
yes.
so you can grow what you're looking for.
Right. All right, thank you.
And sometimes your competition, you can find ways of not being competitors while skiing off of what you're good at.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sadie. That was wonderful.
And I hope all of you are enjoying your sweets.
Before we go into a short break, we would like to invite Professor Quinn to introduce a special guest.
Hello? Okay. Jack, you always tease us with this thing. Every year we do a new logo to represent the Clark Tankers. And this year, I would like to introduce our designer and show her design. And judges, you all have one of these shirts in your backpack. So I'd like to invite Erica Chai up here. She is a class of 26. There it is. Come on up. Yeah, you're gonna have to say something. So what inspired you for the design?
I made sure to look at the design from last year and see that it's very based on the show that already exists, which is Shark Tank. And I wanted to incorporate Clark University, so I used the cougar, which is our mascot. And yeah, I tried to keep it simple.
Here's her shirt. Great job.
Okay, judges, we have a shortened break. It's to come back at 11:15, so it's a little bit shorter. But stretch your legs and we'll get started again at 11:15.
The stretching your legs thing is a thing.
Because there's like a balm that I can put on my shoes and I won't get blisters, but I forgot. But, you know, worst comes to worst.
All right, can we get the judges back and have everybody get seated? And just a little FYI, the lunch that we're having is for the Clark tankers, the judges, and the committees, and a couple other people, and that will be up in Winton Hall, and we'll go right after, or Winton Lounge, sorry, which is upstairs of the cafeteria. But we'll head over there about noon. But if you guys would like to come on over and get seated. How's the timing going? Good, good, good. Good. Everybody enjoying the booths around here, their tables? Pretty talented bunch. Pretty talented. We're missing 3. Oh, there they are. All right. Are we ready to get started, MCs? And just a reminder, I know I might have said it earlier, we are live streamed, and it's on our website, which is on the handout there, which is clarkstudentventures.com, and it's right there on the homepage, so let people know. Turning it over to you.
Welcome back.
Hope we all had a good break.
Yeah, I hope we got a little stretch, walk around, grab some coffee, grab some wonderful desserts. So I introduced my pet panther Mittens before, and while I can't see her every day, I can't quite cuddle with her every day.
So what you're saying is you want to hold mittens.
Yes. Welcome to Ria's Crochet Village, where all your plushy dreams come true. Introducing Ria's Crochet Village.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Ria's Crochet Village. I'm not your average grandma crocheting. I'm a 21-year-old with my own unique crochet business. Hi, my name is Raya Sinipin, and I'm the owner and founder of Ria's Crochet Village. My mission is to spread joy and love with each and every plushie that you can hug. So my background is that I actually started my business during COVID. I kept seeing these plushies online, and I really wanted to make them myself, so I taught myself how to crochet, and then I made all my plushies. My business started because my grandmother was diagnosed with cancer, and I really wanted to be able to give something back to her. She was stuck in her room, so I created the dolls you see on the screen and put them up in her room, and the happiness that it gave her made me want to spread it to others. My aunt also recently passed away, and she supported my business from the other side of the world, and I do this for them. The problem I'm trying to solve is there's not enough joy and happiness in the world with everything going on, and I want to be able to spread that back to everybody else. So I created Ria's Crochet Village. The industry that my business is a part of is 3 distinct industries, such as the craft industry, worth $30 billion, the toy industry, worth $94.7 billion, and the stuffed animal industry, worth $7.98 billion. My business is a part of all 3 of these industries. My target customers are college students here at Clark University or around the world, as well as parents and grandparents looking for homemade gifts. My competition starts with Charlize's Crochet Closet, which is an Instagram seller. What makes me different than her is that my business sells a wide variety of items versus her business sells a lot of these axolotls. Then it's Magpies Collect here on Clark University's campus. What makes me different than her is that my business sells plushies versus her sells hats and scarves. And then you have Build-A-Bear. Build-A-Bear is a great company. It sells a mass amount of products, but they're not handmade, versus my company, they are. My product overview, my products are in 3 distinct categories: miniatures, middle child, and monstrous. Miniatures are my smallest. The products range from study buddies, as you see on the screen, baby bees, octopuses, and the prices range from $5 to $8. Next, we have the middle child. The products range from manatees, stingrays, dolphins, and the prices range from $14 to $18. Next is my largest, which are the monstrous. The products range from Winnie the Pooh characters like you see on the screen, dolls that can be made to look like you, dolls that are like Disney characters, and the prices range from $25 to $35. The cost of goods sold for my miniatures is $1.14. For my middle child, it's $3.23, and my monstrous, it's $5.98. This makes a profit of $3.86 on my miniatures, $12.77 on my middle child, and $24.02 on my monstrous. Next, here are my financials. So in the first year in sales, I made $2,120. For year 2, it's $3,145, and I project $10,000 for year 3. You can see my cost of goods sold total for year 1 was $608. For year 2, it's $267. And year 3, it would be $1,000. My gross profit would be $1,511 for my first year, $2,878 for my second year, and $9,000 for my third year. You can see these are all my operating expenses. Within the first year, they were a lot larger than my second year because I was gaining all my supplies and all my inventory, and then I learned how to budget in my second year. I learned how to keep up my products, use all the yarn that I have left over. Every scrap gets used, even if I put them inside my plushies to make sure that I use every piece of yarn I can. And then for my third year, I'd project spending $1,760. This makes my net profit for year 1, $1,323. For year 2 is $2,815. And for year 3, it'd be $7,240. So my future aspirations, because I really want to grow my business, right now I'm selling on Clark University's campus as well as on Instagram. I want to learn how to sell more online. So I'd start here at Clark University with the college admissions department selling custom baby bees, study buddies, or even their mascots. And after going through Clark, I'd go reach out to the other 8 schools in Worcester and make them for their admissions packets to send out to accepted students. Then I would start with the Children's Hospital that helped me a lot as a kid, so the Hartford Children's, and then reach out to nursing homes, because people just need something that they can hug, especially when they're stuck in a room. So my ask is for $4,000. The first $1,500 would be for marketing and advertising assistance. Because I solely sell in person, I really want to go to someone in person to teach me how to market online. I want to meet someone who knows what to do, how to sell on Instagram as well as Etsy, and they cost anywhere from $50 to $100 per hour, which means I get 15 to 30 hours meeting with someone teaching me hands-on how to market. Next, I do $500 for influencer marketing. I really want to reach out to micro-influencers to post a 60-second video costing anywhere from $50 to $200 per video reviewing my products. This would give me a return on investment with 100 views, 50 sales worth $50, equaling $2,500. Next would be $1,000 for a website manager. I really crochet everything myself. I don't have anybody helping me. I want to spend time doing that versus posting stuff on my website or sending out my orders. So I'd pay someone on commission to send out my orders for me, accept custom orders, as well as posting on my website to keep it updated. So lastly, it'd be $1,000 for supplies. Supplies have gotten more expensive since I started crocheting, and I really want to grab as much as I can now. And that $1,000 can be 83 balls of yarn, which I can make at least 3 to 4 plushies based on each yarn ball, which would give me a lot to make. So thank you so much for listening. These are my Instagram, TikTok, and website, all under Rise Crochet Village. Please feel free to contact me. That's my Instagram. And thank you so much. How would you like to become a citizen of Rise Crochet Village?
Just have a look at what she's got. There's some examples of her product. Just pass them around and let everyone have a look.
Raya, I think you did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
I love your plushies. I think that you have a real talent. My question involves whether or not you're accurately looking at your profits the right way, because I saw you account for supplies. What are you paying yourself?
As in like per hour?
Yeah, so like for example, I saw all of your, so it said it cost $1 and you're making $5, it costs $3 and you're making, but I didn't see any account for your precious time and energy in that profit. So are you paying yourself? What are you worth? And did you consider that when you were doing your financials?
Yeah, so I did consider that when I was doing my financials. I do my business because it brings me joy. So I don't really pay myself by hour. I pay myself based on the joy that it brings me back. So it's not really about what costs me on time, because I just do it when I'm hanging out with my friends, when I'm watching TV. I use all the free time I have. It's not wasted. So it's not based on the hour. It's just based on the joy that it brings me.
Is this, but being a business though, right? You're not making money if you're not making money. So if this is your career goals and your aspirations, then you really need to rework your numbers to find out at what point are you making money? Is this time worth it? And are you pricing your things accurately? You may find at the end of it, to make a true profit or more of a realized profit, that you have to increase your prices.
Hello. over here. Congratulations on your presentation.
Thank you.
And on your presence. I really like the strength and the warmth of your presence on stage. So congratulations on that. A little bit on the same line as the previous questions. You mentioned at the end a profit of about 7,000 projection for the year. So that's still not enough, of course, to quit a job or not have a job,
right,
to depend on this. How do you plan to scale production of your products as demand grows?
Yeah, so I figured out that I can make 50 products at least a month, which would at $50 each equaling $2,500 easily. So every month I could make $2,500, which is a little bit more than what is up there. But I know that I can spend my time wisely making each product. I know how much usually each product takes me, and I can scale based on that.
Have you considered training and teaching other people
Yeah.
to join you in the production phase?
Yeah, so in the future I'd love to bring on 1 or 2 other people to help me crochet based on my designs, as well as like the color schemes that I would like to use.
Very good. And just a quick suggestion while you do that,
Yeah.
make sure to have them sign agreements with you for not competing.
Exactly.
Actually, my question was also similar to that. I'm curious, how many units did you make last year? And, has it been hard to keep up with demand and the inventory that you have on hand? How long does it take you to make these?
So it averages differently based on each product. So with the miniatures, it can take anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes. The middle child, it can take anywhere from 3 to 4 hours. And then the monsters take multiple days, usually 24 to 48 hours to make, but it's not a continuous amount of time because you have to stop and start based on like eating and everything like that. But I've made at least 300 products a year in last year, and I really haven't had a problem keeping up with the demand because I just enjoy it. So I love to do it in any free time I have. So yeah.
I'm going to talk about the financials a little bit. I'm always curious when people tell me their gross profit and they haven't incorporated their time.
Yeah.
It's not a gross profit unless you incorporate the labor that goes into it. So you do need to pay attention to that. And I understand the joy of it, but this is a business.
Yeah.
Unless it's a hobby, and that's okay too. You just have to decide which you want to make it. So a business has to make money, right? It has to make money and include taking in your time. Because eventually you'll need a salary, and if you bring on other staff members, you'll have to include that.
Yeah.
So I know that you said for marketing, your goal is to understand how to market better online, and we talked a little bit earlier about Etsy and things to do that. But what other marketing do you plan on doing?
I plan on also doing marketing on Instagram, so boosting some of my profile stuff, and as well as posting on TikTok. So I want to start filming TikToks to post about how I make my products, and people, if they want to join in, sharing like selling my patterns, stuff like that.
So when you do those things, are you marketing? Are you deciding what does success look like? What's the KPI, key performance indicator? How do you know what metric are you using to measure that, and how do you know when you've succeeded? Have you kind of worked that out, or are you in the process?
I'm working on that. I'm still working on how many views equates sales, so it depends on the platform I'm on. So say if I get a certain amount of likes on Instagram, how many sales is that acquiring? It just depends on the post and what I boost and don't boost.
Going back to your ask, you put 1,500 for learning about marketing and advertising. Have you looked at different avenues such as like finding mentors or like doing LinkedIn Learning?
Yeah, so I've done a little bit of that, but I really want to work with someone who's like specifically done this as a career because I really want to succeed, and I want someone who knows it like from the whole point of view, because I want someone who's really well versed. But I also will work with other people on campus that have done it and just hear their opinions. I want to do that as well.
Raya, are you interested in doing craft fairs and pop-ups and local things like that?
Yes, I'm participating in the fall in the farmers market that happens around Clark in Worcester.
If you're interested in more, that was my first 2 years.
Yeah.
That pretty much goes for anybody who has any type of service that they could do that with. Contact me. I can fill up your schedule as much as you'd like, as much as you're willing to get into it.
Yeah.
Great product.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How are we all doing today?
Good.
Good? Enjoying now the kind of colder weather. It was really warm. Now it's snow on the ground. Crazy.
It's very icy. Try not to slip. I slipped last night. It was like a cartoon. Both legs in the air, felt like that. That was wonderful. Now, moving on to our next business. Clark Tank celebrates small businesses on campus and the students that lead them. And we're all small business leaders here. And all small businesses have one common problem, I think.
Entering the market, having a vision for yourself, getting yourself out there, marketing.
And so, who knew that the solution to all these issues are right here on campus? We'd like to introduce Millman Media.
Thank you all so much. My name is Moses Millman.
My name is Henry Reyes,
And
and
we
we
are
are
Millman
Millman Management, a content creation agency focused on servicing small businesses with product photography, videography, and social media distribution.
Back in Brooklyn, New York, Henry and myself were childhood friends from the ages of 10 to 17 when we played travel soccer together.
During COVID, though, all of soccer was shut down. We lost contact, and I honestly thought Moses and I would never really see each other again.
Back at Clark, we rekindled our friendship, eventually moving in together, working on 2 separate small businesses.
One day after coming home from working at the thrift store, I still had to post on social media for my business Brooklyn things. I still had to message sellers back and also post on the online channels. All of my attention was getting pulled. I was so overwhelmed.
As a videographer, I was feeling much of the same, and everything that Henry was saying made complete sense. It's almost impossible to enter the crowded social media sphere without strategy, organization, and valuable content. From these pain points, we decided to start Millman Management, a content creation agency that specializes in social media deployment.
Content creation at Millman Management is defined by the strategic turning of ideas into high-value media that can be distributed to an understood and intended target audience.
The global content creation market is valued at just under $14 billion and is expected to grow to over $35 billion in the year 2030. These industries are obviously massive, and companies with the ad spend and budget are reaping the rewards.
It's not that small business owners don't know the value in social media, it's that they don't have the equipment to make social media work for them. They aren't content specialists themselves, and they simply just don't have the time, especially Clark students who are working on school, business, and personal life.
These problems are felt acutely with the small businesses that we work with here on campus. Clark students with incredible brands and meaningful products. Balancing school life and trying to make your own social sales network is very difficult, especially when social media deployment is left as an afterthought.
Our businesses on campus have shown us that we know how to grow a small business at Clark, and we know the target market's pain points. They need affordable and efficient content creation service that brings more dollar value to their brand than it costs. We do just that.
We reach out to our clients directly, offering our services in a collaborative project. This takes a little bit more work and research on our back end. However, we've had a high success rate closing these types of projects.
Our main competition on campus is Vijay Snap, who services our niche of target small businesses and Clark organizations. How we differentiate ourselves is we are a 2-man videography team with a suite of lighting and photography equipment. We give businesses a holistic content creation experience as a part of our brand.
Our other competitors on campus is the Clark University Multimedia Center and the photography companies that they employ. Now, these projects vary in scale and investment, however, all focus on students and their projects. As Clarkies, we have a unique insight in what it takes to run a business here on campus rather than these external companies.
This is our marketing proposal and step process laid out for you simply.
First, we research small businesses either through in-person interaction or social media auditing. From that point on, we're able to pitch that client on what value or service we can bring to them.
We directly reach out to our customers, and once we plan a meeting, Moses and I get on the back end to determine the scope of the project, as well as the timeline which fits in any of the business owner's events, as well as personal requirements for the business owner.
Once we've captured this content, whatever it may be, we are able to then edit and package it specific to that client's needs.
Clarkies very much appreciate that we're critically thinking about their brand and their business and presenting value and service to them before they even need to ask. This has shown an incredible success for our business, and this is the way that we will get clients going forward and build our community at Clark.
We work with the best of the best on Clark University campus and beyond, and we've been fortunate enough to work with a diverse group all the way from hiking and outdoors to clothing companies to inspiring artists.
These brands speak for themselves. Many of them have been on this stage before as well, and we found from our collaborations that these projects, since they're such passionate owners and growth projects, that we will have continued work with them as they grow themselves and we grow with them.
In just 4 short months of being in business, we have brought in just under $1,900 with an average project price of $315. In early 2023, we decided to purchase new lighting equipment that cost us $335. Already with the growth that we've seen in early 2023, we are expecting our average project price to already increase to $350, and we are expecting on servicing 30 clients with our current team and equipment.
In the first 2 months of 2023, our current client basis and collaboration network has provided us new projects with them, as well as new projects with their network and associated businesses. Because of this, we're anticipating a very big year for Millman Management in 2023. Both Moses and I will be working on Millman Management full-time, especially because of the nature of the videography production business. Time is everything. We'll have the whole summer to grind on Millman Management, which will lead us to an increase in revenue, as well as our ask judges of $2,000 for a Blackmagic 6K pocket cinema camera.
This camera will be able to go after clients with more capital to invest in our content. Not only that, but it will exponentially increase the amount of value that we're bringing back onto Clark's campus. Unfortunately, we had to turn down a $2,000 commercial project because the equipment on hand was just slightly out of scope.
Judges, that was a big pain for us, and it hurt to turn down that project, but with this camera and equipment, we would never have to do that, and we'll actually be set up for the next 2 to 2.5 years with this camera being the lifeblood of our business and videography. With that, judges, we will have an increase in scope of project, the amount of people that we can reach out to because of our camera and because of our equipment, leading us to an increase in our estimated projection of projects, as well as our project price, leading to $8,000 to $10,000 more in revenue, as well as we're anticipating, based on the projects we have set for the spring and the projects we will be able to pursue, to return on this investment by June 1st.
Now let's take a look at some of our highlights from this past semester.
At Millman Management, this is what we've been up to this semester. Our favorite project has been the Colors of the Wind FedEx Small Business Grant.
We had the pleasure of working with Beaver Street Bikes on their launch video.
Our partnership with Legendary Legacies and Monk has allowed us to get into the community of Worcester and interact with a large group of people that we would never have seen. Building community ties in Worcester is one of the most important things at Millman Management, as it serves as the lifeblood of our business. We also got the privilege of working at Polar Park with the Umpire Channel, who is another Clark Tank venture. This was a great opportunity to get out into Worcester again.
Squid Ink Clothing, one of the first brands we worked with this semester. We did product photography for social media and website deployment.
Asgard Outdoor, one of the best companies in Clark Tank, also a Chinese-based company, manufactures all of their own outdoor hiking supplies, and it's all sustainably packaged. Judges, we hope that you join us in our community of social media. This is not necessarily how we sell, but it's how we gain people into our community, build our portfolio, and show everything that we've got going on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the amazing presentation. We really enjoyed it, I think. So I think, I like your business model, but I think right now you can expand it, not just for Clark. You can also, because you're focusing Worcester community, there are many colleges around here. So you can create your slogan as content management for college students or for college project. So it's not so I was speaking with Dean Allen a few minutes ago. I was talking about we want to have in the future Google come from Clark campus or some future other companies. So I think I would suggest you, or give my advice is make your vision bigger. You have a big vision because your business can expand bigger. And because right now we're working with, my previous few companies was working with a lot of those content management companies. It's super, super expensive. Yeah, but mostly came to with the same result. But I think you're making yourself with a niche market strategy, specifically for college students, is a great way to start with.
Thank you. We have a connection over at Worcester Academy, and we're starting to branch out into like doing some of their senior like videos and everything like that. That's great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, let me know if you need any help with Worcester Academy. My niece graduated from there.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
When you did how you get your customers, you talked about the customer life cycle. What was the ROI? So when you go and pitch, so what's the funnel look like? How many of those pitches do you have to do to get a piece of business?
So with the people who we're working with at Clark, since they know our brand and know our business, we've found that about 10 reach outs targeted gets us 2 to 3 customer clients back. And then with people who we're reaching out, maybe let's say for our clients for Asgard, we do some social media influencing with them. We do targeted reach outs to get influencers in that program. It's about 15 reach outs for every 4 or 5 responses on that end.
So the next quick question I have about this is, as you, out of your, you did your 10 and you got, would you say 3?
Yeah.
All right, so what happened to the 7? My suggestion is figure out a way to keep in touch with the 7, because maybe they weren't ready now, but they might be ready later, and you already did a lot of homework on the front end. So that's future business to build the pipeline.
Definitely, thank you.
I was wondering, in terms of the projects you've done, is there any data or testimonials on helping the business increase their sales?
Yes, so we have a Google review system as well as we work with our clients. And the biggest way that we can tell how successful we are is the communication and network and continuous projects that we have with those clients. So a lot of our clients that we've worked with, we're in talks with them to build new packages for the next upcoming months, like Asgard, Squid Ink, and Colors of the Wind. So we're really trying to work with people, get continuous feedback, and build on our relationship with them. But in terms of selling and things like that, we do have a lot of social media metrics in terms of the media we've done for Squid Ink. Our top reel for them got 3,000 likes, which brought a whole bunch of people into their community. And then we also have, as a pivotal part of our business, our platform, which features all of the different projects and collaborators that we're working with. So even if you're a random community member or someone that we're interacting with, you will see all of our media from our brands and small businesses. It's a lifelong sort of presentation of their brand as a part of our sort of community.
My question goes back to profit and paying yourself. $350 you said is your average project cost right now, or $315 if you get the new equipment. You hope to increase to $350. How many hours per project are you estimating? And I'll revert to the same question I've been asking everyone. Are you paying yourself?
Yeah, so actually we bill in anywhere right now between $35 and $50 an hour. We try to keep our projects as efficient and affordable as possible, considering the businesses that we do work with, students on campus. They don't necessarily have the $2,000 budget that other companies we're anticipating to work with do. So that's sort of how we provide value. And then we put all of our money back into our business bank account. We haven't used that for anything but our lighting expenses. And then for us personally, we pay ourselves through our on-campus jobs, which actually have something to do. We do content creation for the entrepreneurship department, for athletics, and also for other businesses. So that's how we keep money in our pocket, but we're putting everything away right now to build up our equipment and build up our continued service.
Do you plan to stay in this niche even when you graduate and move past Clark to be a college, the affordable college solution? Because you must know that your skill set is worth much more than what you're charging.
Yeah, we definitely love the model of working with small businesses. It's always super fun to work with people and grow with them. But yeah, obviously we love to go after clients with more capital as well, but we do love the small business model and definitely are going to stick to that as a part of our business for sure.
Small business though, or students? Because average small business can afford more than your student entrepreneur. So is that going to be one of your niches, sticking with student entrepreneurs?
I think for now, as we build our portfolio and we exhaust our resource at Clark, we're both students, we're going to continue to try to service the student small businesses as best as possible to build our portfolio and power our growth going into the Worcester community. But end goals, we do want to work with other businesses and provide value to them. Another sort of piece to that is the small businesses that we do work with, since they're so passionate and they have great products, they are going to grow and turn into businesses. They're not going to be students anymore, and we want to continue to work with them and grow with them and be their sort of main content production source, continuing to grow that.
Okay, since we have a few seconds left, just a last thing, congratulations, one of the most complete presentations that I've seen. Yes, I love the part where you are already planning to increase the prices right away for this year, because I was also in the same line that 350 is just a little. But at the same time, as you grow, because there's a huge demand for you guys waiting out there. So think about that structure, how you can grow it fast. And you can also think about having a portfolio of services and not a set price for just one thing, because there's a lot of other niches that you can do some of your content at a way higher price tag than what you do, while still keeping some solutions for the small and startup businesses that need the affordable.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great job. Thank you so much, Millman Management. Oh my God, who gave this to me? You know, it's incredible how a little gift can really brighten your day. Let's spread some kindness together. Let's give a warm welcome to Kindly Anonymous.
Hello.
Do you want to turn someone's frown upside down, but don't know where to start? My name is Liam.
My name is Elena.
And we are
Kindly Anonymous.
What do we do?
We're a project-based business focused on spreading positivity and kindness around campus. And how do we do it?
Through bags. Lots and lots of bags filled with candy, stickers, anonymous messages, and mental health items such as fidget toys and stress balls.
In few words, how it works is you go on the Instagram, there's a form, it takes less than 1 minute, you tell us who the bag is for, where they live, how to contact the person, and we go and deliver the bag to their dorm or to a place personally. Ever since I remember, I've always considered that the way of spreading kindness is through my smile, and the way of connecting with people is through my smile, and I know a lot of you are the same. However, during the pandemic, this was super hard. I am a freshman of 2020 during the Clark, and this was super hard as a freshman in campus to connect with people, to meet people. Therefore, I came up with the idea in Professor Stacy Hargey's class of Kindly Anonymous, a way to spread kindness without having that contact that we couldn't have before.
And I met Elena in 2022 and was inspired by her ideas to help people on the Clark University campus. I knew Kindly Anonymous was the project to move forward going forward.
At the beginning, as I mentioned, I just started with my class, with my entrepreneurship class, with my fellow entrepreneurs. Do you want to buy this? I'll buy this for you. And then I spread to the clubs that I was part of. Then I spread to all the freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors. And now we have staff, parents that want to connect to students, and faculty. I just wanted to share an example that last year a mom reached out to us and asked if she could give 20 bags to the volleyball team because they were having a special day. So we went and delivered personally the 20 bags to the volleyball girls, and this is a screenshot of them posting thanks to the mom and Kindly Anonymous because it made their day.
Kindly Anonymous finds itself in the wellness industry. The wellness industry is rapidly expanding, as we can see from this graph from Statista. In 2020, the wellness industry was worth $4.37 trillion US. In 2025, this number is projected to be about $7 trillion US.
So as I mentioned before, COVID, that was a problem. And these are just pictures, an example of a professor here at Clark, Stephen DeRao, who took pictures of what was happening. This was what we were going through during 2020 when I came up with the idea of Kindly Anonymous. And because of this lack of connection, I came up with a solution of Kindly Anonymous, where it started in the class, and then I remember Professor Stacy asked, hey, are you continuing this business after the class? And I was like, I'm not sure. But then a mom, June, reached out to us and asked, hey, are you still doing this? And that's when I started thinking, oh my God, this is making a change, this is making impact, I want to continue doing this.
Now getting into the finances of Kindly Anonymous, you can see our item, the one bag, costs $2 to make. We sell each bag for $6, meaning we have a profit of $4 on each bag. Looking at our past and projected sales, in 2021, we made $160 worth of sales. In 2022, this increased to $512. And now we're projecting in 2023 to make over $1,000 in sales. More of a breakdown, this resulted in 40 bags in 2021, 128 bags in 2022, and now we're projecting selling over 260 bags in 2023. Along with this came costs of $80, $256, and $520 projected in 2023. Now, where are these bags going? Firstly, we want to try to sell 30 bags to Centro Incorporated, which is a local nonprofit here in Worcester, another 80 bags to Clark University graduate students, and then another 150 bags to the undergrad, staff, and faculty here at Clark University. Our asking price is $900. How are we breaking this down? First, we're going to look at the bag breakdown. Each bag is $2. What goes in the bag? Stickers, the bag itself, confetti, a pen, a note, and candy. If we take our $2 times our projection of 260, this gives us $520. Now, as you can see on the right, this is only a portion of our $900 asking price. The other $180 and $200 is going to go for mental health items, such as fidget toys, more stress balls, and Sudoku puzzles, things of that nature. The other $200 is going to go for a marketing boost through our website, Wix, and both Instagram ads going into the future.
So where do we see Kindly Anonymous grow in the next future? We want Kindly Anonymous to be a movement of kindness where people can donate us money and we can create bags and go around Clark University's campus and give them to people that we consider need them. Because right now it's more focused on like, oh, you send this back to this person, so we'll go deliver personally to that person. However, we want it to be more everyone. Like, we don't want to be more specific to someone. It's more, we want to connect the whole Clark community.
We also want to reach out to the Dean of Students here at Clark and help expand the Kindly Anonymous name and brand to other colleges nearby, such as Assumption, Holy Cross, and WPI. Get liaisons in the field to help deliver our project.
And something we're very excited to do is reaching out to different organizations and companies who know the importance of mental health, and then they can help us with our products that we include in the bags. And as well, an example would be Headspace, which is a mindfulness app in which we can ask them for a subscription for Clark University students for have a discount in the app and have a mindfulness moment. And as Bob Carey says,
unexpected kindness is the most powerful, least costly, and most underrated agent of human change.
We invite you to turn someone's frown upside down and follow us on Instagram at kindlyanonymousClarkU, and here you can see our contacts in whatever thing you need. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you so much for being kind. Very free to be kind. How did you come up with the projections for your target of only, what was it, 200 and something bags for 2023? I can't remember that exact number.
Yeah, it's 260 bags.
Okay, so why so low? That's number one. Number two, in your bags you put a pen. The pen, my pen says Uber Eats. You really need to be branding that pen with your name and URL on there because they have to know where it came from. So why only 260 bags when there are 2,200 students on this campus? And I'm sure they all could use a smile.
For us, the 260 was a realistic projection. We know it's just the two of us now making the bags, and we think, yes, we could make a lot more bags in the future once we sort of expand who's helping us and what we're actually doing for this process. For now, 260 was manageable and a realistic number for both profit and sales.
And is the goal to do this after college, or are you going to continue doing this? Or?
We want to contact, we've actually had already students reach out to us and ask, can I follow Kindly Anonymous after you graduate? Because I'm a junior and he's a senior. So I'm like, yes, of course, because I believe in the power of kindness and I think it's a great idea. So we have people that already are like freshmen that want to continue with this.
Okay.
So,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulations on the presentation and the kindness that you're trying to spread. Really beautiful. In the sense of scaling, you were talking about Clark University and local in Worcester. Are you planning to, do you have a long-term vision of scaling probably nationally and going, online with distribution at least around the country?
That would be amazing, and actually we have had another person reach out to us from the University of Tennessee who asked us, can we do Kindly Anonymous in our university? And that I think would be amazing for us because our focus is like the stress of college. Like we know college is so stressful, so we want to like, one bag can make someone's day, when we've seen it, like we're the ones who see the people like turn their frowns upside down. So the idea is expanding to other universities, but we still have to, I know there comes a lot to like signing like our name and like more specifics, but that would be amazing if we could do that goal and have it in other universities.
And in terms of your product catalog, have you thought about that you can also have different price levels and different sizes of the bags with other items?
Yeah, after we have more money and we want to develop more our Weeks page, because now it's only sales through Instagram, which is very basic. You could just click and you Venmo the $6. But with a website, we want it to be show all the items that we have available in our supply. And then you, as a buyer, you select what item you want. And then depending on how many items you want, or maybe you want only this one, you pay less. Or someone loves yellow and you choose like a yellow product and to make it more personalized.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to say, I mean, obviously I love the concept, and I was thinking about it less as a wellness play and more of a gifting concept, which, I mean, I think it'd be really interesting to see you sort of own the brand around the Kindly Anonymous, like be it the bag or what have you, like you said with Tennessee, and then, you know, allow for like Uber or others to actually provide the pens that bring a little bit of joy and really own the brand around the whole concept. And then focus on bringing in like the mental health providers or solutions to really sort of say like you want to get into this population, these people. You know, but I think in terms of how to run the business, how to set it up, how to think about like the website structure and sort of the go-to-market and things like that. Like look at gifting and a very specific sort of niche, like a joy, kindness, wellness, gifting, you know, engine for more than just Clark, more than just one university.
Yeah,
Thank you for, sorry. Thank you for the presentation. I think, firstly, I would suggest you to get the fund to register a trademark for you. After you register a trademark, you can license your brand to other college, like your friend from Tennessee or even from California, like to license it specifically in different colleges. It's a college student project. Give people kindness, give people like feel happy, right? So I think, and this is your solid revenue. After you license, you can license you for 3 years, 2 years. Each year, even they give you $500, you have a solid revenue come from different licensing.
I love the concept, and I was wondering if you have any competitors.
Yeah, that's a good question. So we believe that there shouldn't be competitors in kindness because we want more competitors to like be into the importance of kindness.
Yeah, for us, I think our competition really doesn't exist. Yes, for giving bags, lots of people are doing this, right? But on college campuses specifically, Kindly Anonymous really has this niche. And we really, truly believe kindness should be an aspect of all parts of your life. And, you know, why compete for that, right? That should be a given. And so that's sort of our philosophy moving forward as a business. Thank you for the question.
Have you guys, so this is a wonderful idea, and when I saw that you guys were categorizing it in the wellness, I thought nonprofit. So it's very interesting to me that you guys are for-profit. Not that there's not an awesome niche, I just think that one of the things you were talking about by gaining capital is donations. Just putting it out there, you might want to explore this as a nonprofit as opposed to a for-profit. This is wonderful. I really love the idea of spreading the kindness. My question, I think I echo her, your projections are much too low on a campus of thousands of people, only wanting to get 80 undergraduates and so on and so forth. You've got some power here, and I think there's a big culture of people wanting to spread kindness and positivity. You sold yourself short on those numbers. I think you can definitely triple, quadruple. I don't think there's any reason why every single student at Clark University shouldn't get one of those bags this year.
Yeah, another goal that we have is like, someone gave us this idea, like reaching out to the director of RLH and saying, can we give each a bag to every RA, like at the end of the year to thank them? So we've actually are on top of that, and like I already reached out to the person, and she said she loved the idea. So now we have like only 50 bags there. So just reaching out to specific people is what we have to do.
Had you ever thought nonprofit, or is the only idea for profit and going that way?
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I think at the start it was more of a nonprofit because it came right from your idea. And then through all the classes you had taken, it turned more into a for-profit business, but absolutely
I think you should explore it.
We can explore it, yeah. Thank you.
And then go meet with the dean of students and say, you know what, midterms are coming, let's go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Bags out there.
Exactly. That's part of the charm of it is, right? We have so many opportunities to give these bags. Midterms, finals, Valentine's Day, so many chances to spread this kindness.
Any more questions from the judges?
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh no, a dragon!
Fire.
Nice. For what make your mythical dreams come true, we'd like to introduce Dragon Inc.
I'll be back, guys.
Dragon back in cage.
Huh?
We'll follow you. How about that?
They said, yeah. Okay. It's back there.
Are we going outdoors?
Yes, and then we'll all come back a little bit before 1 so we can get started again.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, I got the thumbs up from the tech wizard. He says we're good to go. If the judges could come up here. She's got you. All comfy? Full tummies? All right, we ready for 6 more? All right. Okay. I love it. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to our wonderful MCs.
You good to go? Oh no, a dragon! Nice. Where your mythical dreams can come true. We would like to introduce Dragon Inc.
Hello, my name is Claire Grant. I'm an independent fantasy creature and animal artist, and I run Dragon Inc., where I create and sell my own original artwork. I've always been drawing ever since I could hold a pencil. Drawing was just something I really wanted to be good at, but I've never been really confident in my art or myself until late high school. My friends and family eventually pushed me to get my art out there, so I did that by entering art competitions, and that really allowed my artwork to be displayed and seen. But since graduating high school and coming to college, I realized that a lot of students like having artwork to decorate their new spaces, but there weren't many independent artists on campus, and the independent artists that were on campus didn't really specialize in animal and creature art, quite in my style, and especially with the Becker School coming in, there was definitely a different taste in decor that wasn't being met. So I realized my artwork fit that niche almost perfectly, so I started selling my artwork at the Clark Pop-Up. I'm most well known for these turtle houses here. Just a fun idea I had. Just wondering, how do turtles see their own shells? So with the Becker School coming in, I realized that I wanted to move more into the game art industry, since that's what my art fits in and appeals to most. Because the game art industry is huge right now. It's worth $97.6 billion right now in the US alone, and it has an estimated growth rate of 9.4%. And big game industries can pay independent artists for $2,000 to $8,000 for just one character design. So it's very lucrative. And just to go over the products that I sell, I have my 8.5 by 11 prints that I sell for 10 each. I always have the turtles, but I have some rotating designs as well. I also have 4 by 6 framed originals that I sell for 20 each. Those are all unique and they're already framed, so they're ready to be hung up. I also do commissions. This commission specifically was for a student that wanted me to draw their dragon character, so that's what I did for her. I sold that for $80. And something else that's made me stand out a little more are these individual trading cards that I've been selling on campus. And they've been very popular just because no one else on campus is selling something like this. And they've become popular enough that people started asking if I'd design a whole card deck. And that inspired me to start designing my own original tarot card deck. So I'm currently working on that now, and I hope to produce that one day. So my customers right now are fantasy lovers and gamers on campus. Gamers love having artwork of the games that they play. You know, there are role players like D&D that like having art of the characters that they role play as. But since college students don't have a lot of disposable income, my prices are much lower. Just if I want to sell anything at all, I've had to lower my prices, which means that my main competition are online art sellers at the moment. Products very similar to mine sell online for $20 to $30 each compared to my $10 to $20, but they can sell it for higher because people are willing to pay that for the convenience of buying online. And my products are just as good, if not better, than most of the stuff being sold online, so. So that's where my main competition is. And here's a breakdown of what I've made in the last year. I've made about $600 total. This is a breakdown of how many of each product I've sold and the direct material costs. Since I am an independent artist, I have had to sacrifice some profit margins just to start and grow this business, because it does take a lot of time and resources to make the originals of each piece. But that's why prints have been good for me, because I can sell as many prints as I want to make up the time it took to make the originals. And future goals moving forward, I do want to start selling stuff online. This will expand my market internationally, and it will allow me to raise my prices and not have to rely on selling in person, face-to-face, which is what I'm doing now. And I also want to move more into the game art industry. Right now, this semester, I have an internship with an independent game publishing group. I got signed on as an illustrator and artist, so right now I'm working on making illustrations for a creature manual for a game that they're developing. So that would definitely help me get more into the game art industry and networking through there. And these goals are just for me to help me continue this business through college and well after I graduate. So I'm asking $1,300 total today. $800 will go to an Epson art printer. Right now, I'm only relying on going to Staples to get my prints, which is very inconvenient for me because I can only go when I'm home at certain times, and they're not to the quality that I would like, and sometimes I print more or less than I need. So having an art printer will make me able to have the quality of prints I want, the exact number I want, when I want them. And $350 will go to a drawing tablet. Most of my art is traditional right now, but having a drawing tablet will allow me to have a digital copy of my artwork that I can make quick changes to. Someone can be watching me draw and telling me to change something. I can change it right then and there. So overall, it'll help me make higher quality art more efficiently. And $150 will go to launching my tarot card deck. Once I have those all designed, $150 will produce 10 decks that I plan to sell for $50 each. And since people have already shown interest in them, there are already guaranteed sales there. So projections moving this coming year with this money, I plan to make $4,000 this year. Got this number based on just the average amount that artists make selling their stuff online in their first year. So with my online shop and marketing, I plan to make $4,000 on top of what I usually make in person selling at the pop-up. And this is where you can find me. I post a lot of art on Instagram and my website, but you can also contact me directly through LinkedIn or my email. And I welcome any questions.
Hi, Claire. How are you?
Hi.
Well done. I like your art. My son is artistic like you. I appreciate your skill set. My question for you is in your ask. So you're asking for a digital tablet to help create your art. Is your art digital, or is your art hand drawn? What gets into the end user's hand, the digital piece or the hand produced piece?
It would kind of be a combination of both, depending, because there are ways to switch back and forth between digital and traditional. You can do the sketch work on the tablet and then print that out and then draw on top of it. But if I were to move to digital, I would make digital prints of that artwork.
Thank you.
In your ask, you didn't really talk about marketing and budgeting money for marketing spend. What's your plan for that, and how do you plan on, I know the goal is to work with gaming companies, and that's sometimes hard initially, certainly.
Yeah.
But what's your plan to do that? What's your plan to expand past campus?
Definitely market more on social media. I'm starting to get more of a presence on Instagram, as well as the internship that I mentioned.
That requires spend too. I mean, initially it's attractive because people say social media is free, but the problem with social media is, years ago we used to say in marketing, you need to see things 6 to 8 times before you got it. It's now 14 to 18 times because there's so much noise. So I know one of the other people that were pitching were talking about boosting their posts and that kind of thing. So I think you need to make a plan for that.
Okay.
Because it's not enough just to sell on campus, because college students have limited funds, whereas some other avenues would be better.
Very good point. And I was actually going to ask you, how do you plan to build more brand awareness and distinction for yourself? You have beautiful skill, by the way, which is more scarce. There's a lot of printing options out there, but there's a lot of still need for original design. So you're in a good position. So my first question is, how do you plan to differentiate yourself? Because when I hear Dragon Ink, my first thought is a tattoo place. It's like the first thing that comes to your mind. So how do you plan to distinguish yourself from that? And on a second question is, in the printing world, have you thought about a way of making even passive income there are a lot of platforms that print merch, but they don't have enough original design, and you could build your designs into one of these platforms and sell, t-shirts, mugs, notebooks, whatever people want to, and that can be a huge profitable stream of income for you as well.
Yeah, I didn't actually think about that. That's a good idea, just moving more into branding. To answer your first question, though, which was moving past like the tattoo thing, I think it's more just building a brand right now. When someone hears Dragon Ink, I want them to think of my artwork. So just getting an image out there of my business.
So you're very talented. So I have a few suggestions. Firstly, put some budget on marketing. Yeah, it's very important. I have experience with a lot of artists. So they're really talented, super talented, but sometimes just to focus on your own world. I think you need to find a partner. If you are not really interested in marketing, you can let that person to help you, be partnered together to create like an art venture or whatever, like something like that. So that person will help you to do those Instagram posting, be Instagram influencer, and hashtag some of the brand. For example, you're doing like a creature, like a turtle or whatever, you can hashtag some car company, it's brainstorming. But let them notice you, promote more as like public awareness. Then for me, your expected revenue next year is $4,000 compared to your previous $600. It's a huge jump. So I'm not quite sure about that part.
So I got that number just because I plan to start selling stuff online this year. So I researched what artists usually make in their first year selling stuff online. That's on top of what I've been selling.
Yeah, and my other suggestion for the finance, I think it's like, I think you also need to put some efforts on there. Okay. Great job.
Thank you.
I just had, I feel like you're already doing this, but I really like where you're going with, I like the concept, and where I'd love to see you take it is sort of productize a few of the things that are working really well. Like you've seen, like with your prints, you make it once, and you can keep selling them, whereas like the tarot cards, like you're already going down this road. I think you have an opportunity to really lean into a very specific, niche and a passionate community in the gamer space, where I think, starting with showcasing that talent around like almost like a graphical fan fiction kind of thing for specific gamers, and obviously with Becker and things like that, like, if somebody's got a badass, custom fan fiction graphical print on their wall, like, and they're, you're gaming and you're talking to your other players, you can spread that word almost organically, when it's really badass like that. So I think you have something really, really cool there to sort of like lean into, and also the opportunity to like iterate and test a lot of things. Like the tarot cards, you're like, people really like these. You like put it out there if people want to pre-order, like take $1 down, on a $50 deck or whatever it is to get them to commit. So then you're at least testing the water and knowing like, okay, producing 10 decks is really going to work for me, and find those things, kind of give yourself air cover to then do the additional creative elements or do commissions or things like that.
Yeah, Claire, I think this is, I mean, first off, you have a wonderful talent, and I think this is like a key point for you to really test the market and see what sells. You know, when I first saw it, the first thing I was thinking was, okay, this is gaming. A lot of people have gaming laptops. I mean, this would be awesome to have a custom sticker or something like that that I could put on my laptop, anything like that. But I don't know what sells. And so that's really the next step, is kind of testing that out, trying different products and seeing what works.
And I just want to go back to the name again. You brought up a very good point. And I understand getting the name out, but it's really hard to change a brand once it's started. You don't see Coca-Cola calling itself something else. So I'm not saying you should give up your name. It might be a passion that it means something to you, but think about it. Because I too agree, I thought of Dragon Ink, I thought of a tattoo shop. And that's not what this is. This is not that at all. Not that tattoos aren't art, they absolutely are, but it's very different. So I do want you to think about it again, because you have to distinguish yourself, and when you start building that brand, somebody can wipe it away pretty quickly, or marry it to something that's not good. Sorry.
I just want to say real quick, logo. Just make a logo and put that pen, something artistic on it, and that will have it, make sure it's not tattoo.
I love the name.
I love your name. I think you can definitely make it stick out with the logo, a picture, differentiating it, making sure people don't think it's tattoo.
I like your name too, but just follow your own mind. Okay, we just give you a suggestion.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Thank you so much, judges.
God, I'm so hungry. Let me go check my fridge. Empty. I'm out of groceries, and I don't have access to a car. I'd love a way to get around.
Well, have you been down at Beaver Street where all your bike needs can be met? You'll be cruising in no time. Please welcome Beaver Street Bikes.
Hi, judges. My name is Neri Rosen, and I'm the founder and owner of Beaver Street Bikes. Beaver Street Bikes is a unique bike shop that provides repairs, rentals, sales, and custom painting. With the grant money I hope to receive, I plan to leave a lasting legacy for myself here at Clark related to my love of biking. Now, before I start my presentation, who's ridden a bike before? Wait, if I had to guess, it's probably everyone, because learning to ride a bike is a rite of passage, a milestone that brings joy to both parents and children in the same way that losing a tooth or the first day of kindergarten can bring. I fell in love with biking from a young age, whether it was riding around the neighborhood with my friends or going to school, and more recently, riding up to 30 miles at a time, pushing myself to my physical limits, quads burning, dripping with sweat. My freshman year here at Clark, my main form of transportation, my bike, was stolen several weeks before we were sent home due to the pandemic. When I arrived home, I started working full-time night shifts, so I only had several hours of sunlight every day after I woke up. So I decided to go on Facebook Marketplace and purchased a used road bike, which I soon came to realize was not only a great form of exercise, but really allowed me to escape all the crazy times we were going through. When I came back to Clark that fall semester, I started experiencing some problems with my bike. For instance, one day, I was riding down Main Street on the way to the gym and my rear tire popped. By the time I walked the bike to the gym, finished my workout, and got a ride home from a friend, all the bike shops in Worcester were closed. Because like for many people, my work schedule at the time overlapped with normal retail hours, I had to wait until the weekend to get the bike into the shop, and it took another week until I got the bike back. A few days after I got it back, the other tire popped, and I was in the same situation I was in before. At this time, I started thinking about learning how to fix my own bike in order to not only save some money, but also because I thought it'd be cool to learn a new skill. I also started learning more about the bike industry. For instance, in 2022, the global bike market is valued at $65 billion with a compound annual growth rate of 10%, which is projected to reach up to $180 billion by 2030. Today in America, 75% of Americans commute every day by car, 10% use public transportation, and another 10% use bikes, which at face value may not seem like a lot, but in reality, it's equal to roughly 35 million Americans riding their bikes every single day, and this number is only expected to go up. Now, some major drivers of this growth include bike-friendly citywide infrastructure initiatives, improvements in both traditional as well as electrical bike technology, and rising fuel costs. As it is today, the global bike market is extremely fragmented, with a lot of growth, players, and competitors. Some of my main competitors include bike and scooter rideshare companies such as Lime and Bird, car rideshare companies like Uber and Lyft, AAA bike roadside assistance, and most importantly, is existing bike shops, especially those that have been around for a while and have many loyal customers. Now, on an individual level, some problems cyclists like me might face are being without their bike, especially if they rely on it for commuting, as well as a lack of service options and flexibility by many bike shops. Some barriers to industry growth for traditional bike shops include unsafe and insufficient bike lanes in many metropolitan areas, which can really hurt ridership. And in the last couple of years, there have been many new substitute products as well as services to new bike ownership. Within society, some overarching problems which I believe bikes can also play a huge part in the solution to include climate change, income inequality, and urban congestion. Now, back to my journey. For about a year span between September 2020 and October 2021, I purchased my own bike mechanic tools, but soon realized I was way over my head. Luckily, I applied and got hired at a highly reputable bike shop where I gained invaluable skills and knowledge. Addressing many of these issues that I touched on earlier is the foundation of my business and is why I truly believe that I'm shifting the paradigm around what a bike shop can be by providing for the needs of a diverse range of consumers. This is why I provide services such as complimentary loaner bikes for people getting their bikes repaired, longer shop hours, home and roadside servicing, affordable bike rentals and sales, custom frame painting, and bike restoration. And finally, to tie it all together, my value proposition is we care for your bike like it's ours, making sure the ride never ends. While my existing services are great, I really hope to grow my business by further connecting with the Clark community. If you're not already familiar with what bike ride sharing is, it's essentially a system of short-term bike rentals that is available at the consumer's convenience for as long as they're willing to pay for them, and exists in almost every major US city, as well as hundreds of college campuses around the US. The reason I want to bring it here is because it can benefit not only the Clark community, but also the greater Maine South Worcester area. So in order to test my belief, I recently conducted a 2-week-long interest survey to determine not only the viability, but also the appeal of starting a program, where I received over 260 positive responses from staff and students here on campus. It was really interesting to learn from all the respondents that a lot of people were actually already familiar with what bike ride sharing is, were underclassmen, who are often the most active members on campus, and the bikes would be used for a wide variety of purposes, including for fun, for exercise, commuting, and errands, as well as for clubs and activities around campus, and even to learn to ride a bike again, which is really amazing to see. So before I go into the next slide, I want to segue by touching on my financials. So since opening my shop in last October, which by the way was towards the end of the bicycling season, I've put in about $880 of my own money into the business. However, I've been able to make all that money back, plus a little bit more, through providing all my services, which has been great to see. So I was thinking about this the other day. I was thinking that just 2 to 3 years ago, the idea of starting a business, especially one that in my eyes has been successful, and to be standing on this stage and to be talking in front of all of you today is something I never could have ever imagined. And I know this will sound cliche, but it truly is a dream come true. So today, I'm asking for $5,000 in order to be able to launch a ride-sharing program here in Worcester to help future Clark students. So in order to launch the program, it would cost about $5,134 in the first year. However, many of these costs can be attributed to capital costs, including buying the bikes, the helmets, and the locks. And many of these costs would actually dissipate in the coming years. On the revenue side, I'm projecting about $6,800 in revenue, which would come from a yearly sign-up fee as well as an hourly usage fee. And this would bring in about $1,600 of profit in the first year, which would be reinvested into the business to help it grow and scale. Now, who wants to come join the ride with me and all my fellow Beavers? Thank you.
Thank you. That's an amazing presentation. Well, regarding this business, Lime founder is one of my very close friends. So it's a really money-burning business for sharing back. So I would suggest to you to make it as a college-owned project, which means, for example, you can influence Clark University president. Like you can invest in green energy, right? So because purchasing bike, maintain, and doing marketing costs a lot of money, and is always a cost. And it will take a long time to return on your investment. So they own this property. For example, Clark owns bike, WPI owns bike, so, and Maria College owns bike, and you just help to management that bike. So that could be a business model for you under this situation. So that's my suggestion.
So if I understand correctly, to be the maintainer of the bikes as opposed to the owner of the bike?
Yeah, because for example, if you're seeking for $5,000 just for 7 bikes, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to grow a business, you want to scale it up. So you're not just to have the 7 bikes. You want to have more and more and more. So you are constantly seeking for ventures, right? And then, but right now, the sharing bike is very tough business. Yeah, it's super tough. So I couldn't tell you too much because it's a secret. but I think because I know all the cities are running, and especially in the campus, people are encouraging the green energy and doing green transportation. So college could own bikes for their own property, and you just management. You can charge them a fee, right?
And the bikes have their branding on it, not yours.
Exactly.
So if the bikes have their branding, then they should own the bikes. And you can manage the system because there's no profit in the actual owning of the bikes. There's only expense, to your point. And it's expensive. And then it's some of these things, you have an app, they can tell where the bikes are, they have trackers. You have to figure out what part of that piece of the pie you want.
Yeah.
And there wasn't, go ahead.
Can I just say one thing about a lot of the bikes that are used by companies like Lime are actually electric bikes. So they're definitely a couple $1,000s at least to buy them. So that's a big cost. The bikes that I'm looking at are more just hybrid city bikes that I'd buy wholesale from over in China, and I'd actually assemble them myself. So I'd be able to save a lot on actually the price of them. And the fact also is that, I mean, we have the idea for me is to actually have the bikes located right outside the university center, where there's actually an awning with bike rack, and also in order to manage the sign up as well as usage and payment, I would ideally work with the Clark help desk as well as the student accounts possibly. So
it's about the cost of the gear. Even if you're getting the bikes, so Philadelphia is a big biking city and they have tons of bike lanes. They've done an outstanding job. And there's a bike company that has it, but the repair level, you have to figure out where you're making your money. If you're making your money on the hard good, which is the bike, that's one thing, but that's not where you could be making money. Somebody else can own the hard good. You can own the maintenance, the tracking, and the repair, and that's where you would make your money. That's all we're trying to explain, is that there's a place to make money and there's a place that's cost. Shed the cost. It's got Clark's logoing on it, not your brand, like Lime or whatever, bike systems are out there. That's the only point. Did I make that right correctly? Okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, so first of all, huge bike fan here. Started a blog about trying to live car free when I was at Clark. It's called carfreebrad.com. All of my classmates thoroughly made fun of me for it, but I enjoyed it. It was tougher back then because Worcester was still trying to figure out how to work with bikes. Still trying to work through that one. But I mean, I think to the extent I tend to agree with the panelists here. But I think you have a lot of options. Like, of course, there's Lime and others, but 2 companies I know who have done well for themselves have developed systems that would be perfect for you. So, like, a friend of mine, he sold a company called Zagster. He basically built the framework and the kit with the bikes and the tech and everything. That then he targeted hotels, direct sales, but then could sort of allow entrepreneurs to take it to other places. And then there's like a company, Super Pedestrian. I think they switched to licensing their tech to the big scooter companies. But there are options like platforms there where you can go in and like basically target universities or areas where the bike shares, City Bikes and the others, don't see the value in doing it, or the city itself won't pony up the cash to support it. So I think there's something there. I would kind of encourage you to say things like, look around at your options, and to that end, find the best model that supports what you want to be doing with your time, and gets you biking and supporting biking with as much of your time as possible.
It's all about figuring out where the money is, right? At the end of the day, it's a business, and the goal of the business is to make money and shed cost wherever possible, right? EBITDA, right? Earnings before, okay? So it's really important that you figure that part out. It's not a bubble in your dream, because the dream's a good dream. It's a solid dream, and you can go to every single campus in this area and start it in one place, figure it out the process, see where you can partner with, and then go to the next campus. So the dream is excellent.
I was wondering, so you said that you were considering not doing electric bikes, but they have like specific forms of security. How do you ensure that your bikes and say helmets and other materials are secure and that will be returned?
Right, so that's definitely a problem in a lot of cities, big cities like Los Angeles, who have a lot of Lime bikes and stuff. They get vandalized, stolen. But on a college campus like Clark, I would hope that it's a different kind of close-knit community, I would hope, and people would respect it. But I mean, you obviously can't always trust people, so one of the main things would probably be to take a deposit in order to ensure that the bikes get returned. And that would be taken probably at the beginning of sign up, and then it would be returned whenever they end their subscription. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges, again, for all your wonderful questions. This next company that we're going to introduce touched our hearts, touched a lot of Clarkies' hearts, and hopefully will touch a lot of hearts in the future by working to improve public education.
Helping Hands facilitates community service projects involving technology, innovation, and kindness. And let's give a little hand to Helping Hands.
Hello, everybody. Mic check. All right, well, hello. I am Jonathan Taman. I am the founder and president of Students Helping Hands MB, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Our mission is to create a community of students educated with the skills they need to help themselves, each other, and their community. So, I co-founded this nonprofit with my brother, who's studying mechanical engineering at Boston University, so brings a lot of his technical skills as in our educational projects. We co-founded the nonprofit in 2020, and I'll talk a little bit more about our history in the next slide. Then I'll mention and touch upon David's focus of the organization. Then I'll transition to mine, which is a part of my ask for here today. So, this is an overview of some of the grants and funding that we've received over the past few years. We started in 2020 with a $3,000 Call for Kindness grant, which is what we used to start one of our premier projects of providing prosthetic hands for children in our community. Around the same time, I applied for a $2,000 grant with the City of Miami Beach, which I used to start my STEAM Plus project, where we work with elementary school students and introduce them to educational hands-on activities. That project was a success, and I was able to refund it for the next year with another grant from the city, as well as applied for some supplemental grants from the Florida State PTSA and a continuation grant from the Riley's Way Foundation to make our projects more sustainable at home in Miami Beach. Those projects are set to have resources and funding to last for the next 5 years. Most recently, I signed a contract with the City of Miami Beach and applied for a $10,000 grant to turn the STEAM Plus program into a summer camp, which will be able to amplify the impact that we've had and make it sustainable for the next 3 years. So, over the past few years, we've grown and been able to reach out and establish 6 chapters, all in various stages. Some are just starting and getting ideas, and some are already established and self-sustaining, like the one at home at Miami Beach Senior High School. This equates to about 94 volunteers that we've been able to recruit and work with over the past few years, and over 1,000 student participants. In addition, we've reached over 3,400 people online through our social media and primarily our website across 18 different countries, which is how we've been able to start chapters across the world. We've been able to accomplish this with about $29,000 in funding. In addition, we've had some media publicity and success in that way, including Clark Now, which recognized my nonprofit and the work that I contributed to it. In addition, local news outlets have publicized our project and the work that we've done, which has been really effective in allowing us to find more recipients, volunteers, and expand our outreach. So, our first premier project, really one of my brother's focus, is our prosthetic hands project. Really, this started one day with my brother. He was tinkering with a prosthetic hand. He was showing it to me and how it worked and the intricate mechanisms. And I remember saying to him, like, this is an amazing thing. You can change lives with this, with prosthetics. And so, like, yes, you're right, but that's really stressful trying to find recipients and work with them. And I said, like, that's okay, because that is my thing. I love doing that. Like, we're going to turn this into a thing, and that's what we were able to accomplish. Our local high school, Miami Beach Senior High, we were able to recruit volunteers and produce about 14 prosthetic hands, which we donated to local children. And there you can see Luca and Alex. In addition, the follow-up grants that we applied for have made this program self-sustaining for the next few years. We're able to transition the leadership while my brother and I went off to college to continue this project. So, over the past few years, we've really been able to focus and narrow down what we see as the problem, and it's really just inequitable access to educational opportunities. There's separation of students, really narrowing down to underprivileged and privileged students. What happens is underprivileged students are just likely to fall through the cracks. They don't have access to the same resources, opportunities, or outcomes that their more privileged peers have, and this leads to a lack of academic confidence. Our solution to this problem is our STEAM Plus project. We recruit high school volunteers to work with elementary school students and introduce them to STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, how you can use this to solve our community's real-world problems. So through this project, we're able to empower our high school volunteers to see themselves as role models and inspirations to younger students. And our younger students, particularly working with Title I schools and some of those underprivileged students, are able to see themselves as confident, smart, creative problem solvers for their community. This project was a huge success. We had overwhelming support by the students, teachers, parents, as well as city officials who loved the project and were willing to continue it. So, what's next? Really, there's two avenues with continuing the STEAM Plus project. The first is, like I mentioned, with the summer camp in the city of Miami Beach, making and establishing the STEAM Plus in the city as well as the other schools and growing that and making it a self-sustaining, self-funding project. The other is to bring the STEAM Plus project to here in Worcester Public Schools. A lot of the same inequities and problems that exist back home also exist here, and it's a problem that we are able to solve. So I'd be able to do that with the Clark Tank funding to bring the STEAM Plus program here, as well as take the first steps in creating a more self-sustaining nonprofit by copywriting our lesson plans, emphasizing our mentorship and recruiting more leaders, generating more projects that we can use to increase our impacts. So I'm asking for the full $5,000 so that I can create the STEAM Plus program here in Worcester, be able to really invest money into sustainable equipment and other logistics, and be able to create this project for the next 3 years. I've already started the work of recruiting Clarkies to help me and join my team, some of whom are here today. I've already done the work of establishing connections with schools such as Woodland Academy through the Career Connections Office and Professor Lori Ross. All that I need is to secure funding so we can make the investments and start this project here in Worcester. So, thank you for listening. I hope that if you're interested in working with us or volunteering, you can reach out. And I hope that you will join us in offering a helping hand to our younger students. Thank you.
love the cause, and I was wondering if you could go a little more in depth about the breakdown of the $5,000 ask and like how you would utilize that money.
Well, really the vast majority of the money is spent on the actual hands-on kits, because that's the method that we use to teach is the student-to-student teaching, as well as hands-on real-world problems. Those kits are expensive, they're likely to break down, there's a lot of parts and supplemental investments that have to be made to keep those parts. And really, that's where the majority of the $5,000 is going to go, possibly more than $5,000. It costs about $2,000 per year, the lesson plan that we have. And I'm confident that with $5,000, I'll be able to stretch it out, make it, with all the skills that I've learned, insights that I've gained from doing it over the few years, I'll be able to make it work with $5,000.
Do you have like an estimate of the average cost of one kit?
One kit, we buy it is about $60, and then there's other parts that can go into it, such as batteries. We might invest in laptops or little robots for programming and making it more moving. As well, we also have a philosophy that there shouldn't be any cost to students, so we have to invest in things like paper, cardboard for posters, pencils, pens, all that, which are smaller costs but still add up.
So question, and congratulations on the presentation. What are the key elements on your program that improves onto the curriculum that the students may be already getting from a school in terms of science and math and those topics?
Yeah, so the way that the organization is organized is we have our education board, which is really experts in science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. They help me in designing our lesson plans and incorporating the standardized curriculum of the schools, as well as real-world problems here in Worcester and in Miami Beach. So, for example, in Miami Beach, big problem is sea level rise. So we worked with the students on how you can use engineering to solve for sea level rise. You have to take into account environmental science, other standardized curriculums such as that.
So, Jonathan, I love the program. I was wondering, are there other organizations at Clark or in the Worcester community that you may know of or plan to reach out and collaborate with on your similar mission?
Yes, I've already done some work in connecting in Clark. One of the clubs that I'm really interested in partnering with is the Main Idea Club, because really they do a lot of the same thing that I do, except as opposed to the STEM emphasis that we do, they do art. They do hands-on crafts and things of that nature. There's a potential opportunity there because they're already established here in Worcester schools.
I'm just wondering, what's your team structure? I only saw you and your brother. Do you have any other partner or volunteer?
Yes, so I have some teammates such as Paola who helps with our marketing. She runs the social media and the website, which has been quite successful. I also have Rima who helps with keeping the legal structure and organization, as well, like I mentioned, the education board, which is half a dozen students who are studying in their specific fields who help with the lesson plans.
Excellent.
Have you partnered, I don't know what all the pieces are in your kits, but have you reached out to those companies to see if you can get different pricing to bring costs down?
That is a possibility, and I've looked into it, but I'm not entirely sure yet. It's probably something that I'll follow up again and see, but as of now, no.
And just another suggestion, there are a lot of Clark alum in a lot of different places in this world, and some of them can help either with, they work for scientific companies, that it's really important that they have a lot of STEM students, to see if they can help you with some fundraising. You're in, Massachusetts is like the biotech capital of the East Coast. So there's some opportunity there to reach out. And even Miami, we have clients down in Miami in the pharma space. They have a whole biotech group that's down there. You could be reaching out to them too. They might do some fundraising efforts to help you.
Thank you,
And also, I think there are a lot of after-school projects you can reach out. There are some I used to partner with an after-school project for volunteer work. Oh my God, I forgot the name. It has been a long time ago. I can send you afterwards.
That would be great.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, and something that we're really looking into long-term planning to, as a source of revenue is something like after-school programs, because there's huge demand for things like the STEAM Plus program, and there are parents and teachers and schools that are willing to pay for that.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. Parents, there are parents that are willing to expose their children to that and pay.
Do you have, can you elaborate more on your marketing plan? So congratulations, first of all, the fact that you're an actually established for 501c, like
Thank you.
kudos to you, that's amazing. There's a lot of resources and networks out there for you. How are you marketing yourself? How do you plan to get more grant money? And is grant money your only way right now of receiving capital?
Yeah, so first I'll address the marketing. Really what we've spent the first few years focusing on was our website. I mean, if you Google free child prosthetic hands in Miami, we're the first thing that pops up. If you Google hands-on STEAM activities, Miami Beach, we're the first thing that pops up. The next thing that we're trying to do with marketing now is trying to build up our social media. And honestly, it's been lacking a little bit. We ran an experiment of different posts, different ideas that we can do for our social media, so different types of posts, different hashtags, etc. So now, this next few months, preparation for our summer camp, we're going to take those lessons and build up our social media as a way to recruit our high school volunteers through Instagram, as well as reach out to potential parents through Facebook.
So what do you think is the most important aspect for nonprofit?
I believe it's in the connections that we make.
Exactly, it means people. So you get some important people and create a board. They will help you to do the fundraising.
They will help provide a lot of money.
Money and a connection and a lot else.
Thank you.
I guess my last question, with a couple of seconds left. What is the free prosthetic hands? Are these, and excuse my ignorance on this, are these for children who don't have a hand or for children who are playing with them? What does the prosthetic hand do for them?
It's for children that might be missing fingers or might be missing part of their hand or their entire hand. It depends.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges.
Thank you so much. We're going to go into a short break right now. And then we'll come back and hopefully you guys are all teed up for the next presentation.
Yeah. Take 15 minutes to stretch, get some water, whatever you need, and then we'll get back into it in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
I saw the or the LinkedIn. Yeah. How's it going? Yep. MBA. Are you? Okay. I recommend it. Yeah. Pros. It's free. It's funded. So that's a big pro. Really big pro. Also, which would you want to do for MBA? Either concentration or anything? Take that away? Wait, what? For what? For MBA? Oh, for like what's your major? Oh, for management. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, you can do one. If you want to. Management, yep. Well, I enjoy it. Yeah, there's a lot of great people. A lot of the teachers are really nice. You probably actually already have them. A lot of the teachers that teach undergrad also do. Like, are you doing comps? Are you a senior? Oh, you're a sophomore. Oh, okay. You got time. Okay, well, who will have your capstone? You'll probably get graduate. But she's sweet. I know, I'm drawing a blank. Is it Laura? It's not Laura. It's... Yes, she's my teacher right now. She's very sweet. Who's your advisor? Yeah, talk to Laura Burgess too. She runs the whole MBA program. Oh, okay, there you go. She would say that. Yeah, makes sense. All right, sounds good.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, judges, you want to come on back to your comfy seats here?
Hello, hello. Let's all take our seats.
Oh, you look great. I had ordered tables. They didn't show up, as you can see.
Never ready.
Okay. All right, a little side note before we get started, and I'm going to turn it over to, what is that? What is it called? Freddie? No, what, is it Freddy Krueger? We have a small problem here at 215 Nate Bethencourt with Health Yourself has had a setback where he might not make it. He's got about 15 minutes or so. We're just gonna all keep our fingers crossed that he makes it. But if he doesn't, we're gonna go ahead and take a break at that time again, and we'll just keep the show rolling. So, all right, so I'm gonna turn it over to Freddie and his assistant.
Wait. Strike, you're out!
What? That was a horrible call, umpire.
Well, if you think you can do better, maybe you should try it yourself.
You know, maybe I will. And I know just the place to go. The Umpire Channel.
Thanks, guys. Hi, my name is Noah, and I'm the founder of the Umpire Channel, the largest umpire-related multimedia outlet in the world.
Welcome to the Umpire Channel. The Umpire Channel is dedicated to promoting umpires and teaching viewers how to become one. This is how to call a foul ball as a plate umpire. On a ball hit the right field, stepping around home plate, taking several steps down the line. Settle in, you see the ball's foul. Foul ball! Point to the right. Through my content, I've received hundreds of messages from people who've been inspired to become umpires. On my channel, you can learn how to become an umpire and what it's like to be an umpire at every level, from Little League to the MLB. We're here at MLB Umpire Camp in Richmond, Virginia. This is the first step to becoming a professional umpire. We're going to show you what it's like.
So, why did I start the Umpire Channel? Well, growing up, playing baseball was everything to me. I'd spend so much time looking forward to my games, but there was a problem. When I'd get to the field, my games were regularly canceled because there weren't enough umpires. Now, people love baseball. 35 million people play baseball in the world. 2 million kids play Little League in the US. And baseball generates $10 a year, $10 billion a year in the United States. And this problem of games being canceled because there aren't enough umpires wasn't just local to my Little League. This is a problem across the country, where every year thousands of kids' games are being canceled because there aren't enough umpires. Because of this, growing up, my Little League desperately needed umpires. So at 16, I started umpiring in the same Little League that I'd grown up playing in, under and side by side with the same Little League umpires who I'd grown up playing under. This was an amazing job, but I was surprised to find that I was the only teenager umpire in my league. This didn't make sense. I was making $50 an hour while I was surrounded by the game of baseball. But through talking with my friends, I realized that the reason this was the case was because they didn't know that they themselves could become umpires. And this is where the Umpire Channel was born. So, this past summer, with my iPhone and my 13-year-old little brother, I went to the same baseball field where I'd been playing and umpiring all my life. I made a video about why being a baseball umpire is the best part-time job. That video got 300,000 views, and the Umpire Channel was born. Today, the Umpire Channel has 30,000 followers and 10 million views, with 27,000 followers on TikTok. I've made content with umpires from Little League to the MLB promoting umpires and teaching viewers how to become one. On my channel, you can be inspired to become an umpire. You can learn how to become an umpire through instructional videos. And then you can be connected with the resources to actually become an umpire. How to sign up with your local Little League, and what gear you need to become an umpire. Growing up, one more umpire in my league would have made such a big difference. I'm so proud to say that I've received hundreds of messages from people who've been inspired to become umpires. The Umpire Channel is already making a noticeable difference throughout the entire country, and this is just the start. Now, to put my audience into context, my 30,000 followers, that's Fenway. That's a Fenway of people who follow my channel. And to put it into further context, the average video on the Umpire Channel gets 100,000 views. That's a city of people who watch almost every video that I make. Now, you may be wondering, is there anything else like the Umpire Channel? The answer is no. There is no other one-stop shop with everything within one subject within the sports industry. There is no one else making content about umpires rather than the players. Now, my target market is comprised of the exact age demographic that makes up the majority of my audience. That is the 16 to 20-year-old male-identifying person who on my channel can watch my videos and be inspired to become an umpire. They can then learn how to become an umpire and then be connected with the resources to actually become one. This age demographic is both my biggest consumer and will be my biggest customer. Now, how the Umpire Channel makes money is 3 different ways. First, through direct monetization through the TikTok Creator Fund, where I'm paid a certain amount of money for 1,000 views that the Umpire Channel gets. This will continue to grow as the Umpire Channel's audience continues to grow. Now, my major sources of revenue are through partnerships and merchandise. Partnerships would be where a company like Major League Baseball or Little League Baseball, both of whom I've already worked with, would pay me a typical industry level of $250 to make a video about their product or service. And then merchandise, like the shirt that I'm wearing right now. Now, my ask today to get the Umpire Channel to where it can be is $5,000. That $5,000 will result in $4,000 in profit within the next 4 months. That breaks down like this. I'm asking for $3,000 in camera gear. I'm asking for this because companies like Major League Baseball and Little League Baseball, who I've already worked with, are looking to do sponsorship deals with creators who are capable of making these high-quality videos. Once I have this camera gear, I'll be able to have consistent sponsorship deals with these companies and bring in consistent revenue. Secondly, I'm asking for $2,000 to launch the Umpire Channel's merchandise. With $2,000, I can get 250 Umpire Channel t-shirts and sell them at $20 a shirt, which will result in $3,000 in profit. I'm confident that I'll be able to sell these shirts because I've already had over 100 inquiries about purchasing the shirt without it being available for purchase. That is just from people seeing me wearing it in my videos and asking if they can buy the shirt. Once I start actively promoting it on my channel, which routinely gets over 100,000 views a video, I'm confident that I'll be able to sell these shirts very quickly. Now, the full ROI on the $5,000 breaks down like this. Like I said, through the $3,000 in investing in camera gear, I project that I'll be able to have 16 sponsorship deals at a typical industry level of $250 per sponsorship. That's $4,000 in revenue within the next 4 months and $1,000 in profit. And then through merchandise, with $2,000, I'll be able to get 250 shirts at $20 and sell them at $20 a shirt. From that, I'll be able to generate $3,000 in profit for a total of $4,000 in profit within the next 4 months. Now, clearly, there's so much possibility here. The Umpire Channel has truly become the premier source for umpire-related content in the world. And the best part about this is that umpires and baseball is just the tip of the iceberg. I can take the reputation and the community that I've built and make content about umpires and referees in other sports, starting with softball. Over 35 million people play softball in the world, and I'm credentialed to go to the Softball Little League World Series on ESPN and film with their umpires. Over 40 million people play football in the world. And of course, over 270 million people play soccer in the world, and no one is making content about the referees in these sports, rather than the players. The future of the Umpire Channel is as big as the entire worldwide sports industry, and that future starts today. Thank you so much for your time. You can follow the Umpire Channel at the Umpire Channel on all social media platforms, You can find that through scanning the QR code up here or on the Umpire Channel business cards, which are being passed out to our judges and to the entire room. Thank you.
So I have a question. I didn't see a lot in the marketing aspect of how you're going to do that. How do you know that these bits of kit that you want to buy are going to get you those sponsorships? Have you turned away sponsorships because you didn't have them? Is there a way you can partner with somebody to help get you there in the interim? Those are my first two.
Yeah,
There's
definitely.
more.
Yeah, so I've already, like I've said, I've really become the premier source for, umpire content in the world, where companies like Major League Baseball, Little League Baseball are, having me come out and make content with them. And, I went out to the MLB professional umpire course in Vero Beach, Florida, to the premier umpire school in Ormond Beach, Florida. And I was able to go out and make content with them. But like you said, the barrier of being able to have paid sponsorships was that I was not able, to have the high quality videos from having the high quality gear that they're looking for in, choosing their sponsors. But in the, like you said, in the interim, that is definitely something I could look into more with, partnering with other, organizations like, Millman Management and other, content creation agencies to, be able to have that technology in the interim.
No, I have a question for you. I mean, first of all, wow, I'm 30,000 followers. I think you missed a big number. I saw 650,000 likes.
Yeah, about 700,000 likes, 10 million views.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you're approaching this the right way. I hear you saying $250 for a sponsorship. What about the companies that want to advertise on your channel? I think, at least from what I know, the majority of free platforms like this that are just giving out information make their money off of the people paying the advertisers, right? Because, I mean, can I do a commercial on your thing?
Right,
I mean, this is amazing what you have here. So be careful not to miss out on that. There's a difference between sponsorship and paid ads.
Definitely.
I think you really need to focus on paid advertisers.
Definitely.
And
I
just
appreciate
more
that.
money and less overhead.
Right. That's, definitely
And it
something
takes the content creation out of your hands and puts it in my hand.
Right.
This is what I want you to run. Here you go. Then let's talk about the periodicness of how it gets up there. Just a different avenue for you to think about with such a huge platform to take advantage of.
Right, definitely. I appreciate that.
So that's a best presentation today, I think.
Thank you.
Right. And I think you can explore and make sure you have multiple business. I mean, think about your business model.
Right.
Multiple channels for the revenue
Definitely.
source. Right now, I saw you have creator like a award and a T-shirt. Probably in the future advertisement, but what else?
Right, definitely. And that's something that I really hope to expand. And there's so much opportunity here with me really being the only content creator within this niche, where in the future it can look like developing, online umpire courses where, on my channel you can, really learn everything about being an umpire. It can look like a cheap umpire starter kit where I partner up with an organization to, produce that starter kit. And it's something, $100, tomorrow you can go get started in umpiring in your local Little League. And I do have the biggest platform, within this niche to, take that. And I think there's so much potential in the future to work with, really every company within this niche and really expand.
No, I just, I don't really have a question. I think the comment I have is like, I wouldn't focus so much, not to say like focus on monetization just yet. I mean, like, I'm thinking of the playbook that's been run in terms of like the content to commerce path that is being paved. Like, I have a few examples and like people I would want to introduce you to. Like a buddy of mine, he did like this company called Epic Gardening, where he was doing a blog and vlog around just like gardening for about a part of 7 years, and now, he's doing, I think, $10 to $12 million a year.
Exactly.
It was sort of paved by like the Barstool guys, like what Dave did there. And I would like to introduce you. One of the guys who's on my marketing team, his last gig was the CMO of the Padres.
Yeah, wow.
And he still has a firm that does most of the marketing for most of Major League Baseball and like the NHL and others. And so like, I think, you're on that path.
Exactly.
So I think I would want to just like, if I can, connect you with those guys.
Yeah,
so,
I'd
like,
love to.
Here's what worked, because they've done some things that,
are unique into like how they monetize with a defensible moat, if
Right.
that makes sense.
Definitely, yeah, and that is something that's so integral in how I'm developing this, is that the money that I'm making within the next few months is so little in compared to where I'll be at in a year or 2 years. I expect to be at 100,000 followers within the next few months. I'm filming with major league teams. I'm filming with the Savannah Bananas, who are the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. They have 5 million followers on social media, a ticket waiting list of 500,000. I'm media credentialed. I'll be on the field, backstage access, interviewing with the owner, with the umpires. I expect within a month just from that to be at 50,000 followers, and from there the growth is so incredibly exponential. So I see a huge future, and later in the future to really develop things, like a umpire newsletter. I've already started to compile an email list, and there's just so many different revenues in the future where this can really expand to.
No, I would like to say congratulations on your presentation, on your energy, and this amazing idea. I love it. The potential that you have ahead of you is incredible. I will say stay owner of your brand as long as you can, because
Definitely.
a lot of people are going to want to get a piece of that.
Right, I have had people who've reached out to me about potentially investing.
Absolutely, so
yeah,
keep the
something I'm
ownership of
interested
your
in
brand.
the future. For sure.
Do all kinds of deals, but stay the owner
No,
of
for
your
sure.
business.
Right, and this was all founded by myself. I own 100% of everything. I've edited all 100 videos that I've made, coordinated everything. So.
Have you been in contact with the major sport teams in New England already?
Right, definitely. Yeah, I filmed, like Moses had shown earlier, I filmed at Polar Park. I'm going to be filming more with them in season. We'll be going out to Fenway this season. There's just so many opportunities because I'm the only person really making this kind of content. So I'm really excited to work with different sports teams both within this region, throughout the country, and throughout the world.
Have you trademarked your name?
I'm sorry?
Have you trademarked your name?
That I've not yet, but I'm looking into it.
You need that before you need
No,
the gear.
for sure, for sure.
Oh,
And,
yesterday, please.
Right, no,
You
definitely.
need that before you
Definitely, yeah. And I do, I have a bunch of umpire domain names. I've over
Run,
30
Noah,
domain
run.
names. Yeah.
Like leave and go trademark.
Right, definitely.
No
Yeah.
kidding.
Right.
Like run out of this and trade.
Definitely. I appreciate
Start,
it.
register, get
Yeah.
Except the trademark, this is very important. I think the other thing is you have to find some legal paperwork.
Right.
Because that's a live stream.
Right, definitely, definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, Noah, you really better start running after that trademark before I get there before you do. We're gonna go into another short break now. Again, take this time to stretch, get some more water, get some coffee, some tea, and we'll be back in 15.
Yeah, and maybe if you start deliberating a little bit. But no, it's a little time to write out some of your thoughts and things, because on the back, yeah. All right, we'll get started again at 2:30 for our last one. All right, judges, if you want to get comfy again, Christina's checking out her new hat. Ooh. Y'all have your shirts in there too, your official Clark Tank shirts. Are you going to make them up? We got selfies. You're a very entertaining group. All right. Missing one? Ah, there she is. All right, we're getting our last presenter all mic'd up here, so I am going to turn it over to them.
So I'm starting a business, and I'm having problems trying to find a social media company, a videography company.
I know, right? There's just so many of them out there, and like, it's like a war zone. I don't know how to choose, and it's just getting so frustrating.
Oh, I know this must be getting frustrating. And don't worry, the big one is coming. I don't know where I am. And you'll never see me.
Yeah. Now imagine a video like that for your brand. Hi everyone, my name is Vijay Yadav. I'm the owner and founder of Vijay Snap, your one-stop for all your creative needs. So, I still remember the first time I held my camera in 2017. That was the first time I started to click pictures for my family, and everything started when I started to travel in 2019. So I spent 3 years in Indonesia traveling. That's where I got my first big break. I organized a big color event in Jakarta, and do you see that crowd behind me? It's massive. I got a chance to also be appointed as a tourism ambassador in Indonesia. That's where I got a chance to travel across Indonesia, capturing videos for Ministry of Tourism. It's a very beautiful country. I cannot express how much beautiful it is. I got a chance to travel at these iconic places and shoot videos for the whole country. That's where the idea of Vijay Snap production incubated for filming cinematic videos, as well as like clicking landscape and portrait photography. Video production industry is, of course, very huge. It's massive. Do you know why it is growing so much in the recent times? Of course, there was a COVID era, so people were not traveling, and there was a rise in demand for the video content creation. So we have seen a significant increase in the demand. So this industry is growing very rapidly. Having a strong portfolio, good relationship with the clients is what I believe is the key to success. Talking about the clients, I have worked with many reputable brands. Cosmopolitan is one of the Indian huge magazine. Marico is a hair oil brand in India, and of course, Clark University. So, target customers. It's business like you, it's the business owners. Of course, business like Breeze Sweets, ambitious, people who want to grow fast, want to make some impact. They are my target customers. When Colors of Wind, of course, she's a great artist. She has a lot of story to tell. So these are my target customers. Speaking about computers, there are agencies like Millman Management. They are into brand optimization. But what do I bring different? I have a reputation. I have a lot of experience into building videos for brands. So exactly what am I solving? I identify individuals, business owners, as well as organizations as my target audiences. So there is a need to tell story, and everyone has to. So, but not necessarily everyone has a medium to say those stories. That's when Vijay Snap comes into picture and provides services like fashion shoot to tell your stories, food photography, product photo shoots, events. I captured Gala Remastered here at Clark University. And the one I love the most is the candid photography. This is where I love to work with people. I bring the true colors of human in the best possible way. Also, this is one of the best ways for me to market my brand. So I work with people using the platform of Instagram Like Noah, he's the Umpire Channel, got a very huge audience. I work with them as a micro-influencer. So his huge audience helps me to make my brand bigger. Lika, she's a good model. She has got a good audience on Instagram. And my plan and my strategy to do marketing is work with such micro-influencers on campus while I'm in university, as well as when I move out of the university, I will continue to work with such micro-influencers to grow more and, in fact, work together with them. I run an initiative, #PeopleOfClark. This is where I work with students. I also use YouTube as a platform to create informative content for new students as well as existing students by running campaigns like alumni talks, as well as interview with faculty, President Fithian as well. And my channel has grown, not much, but 400 in counts for the last year. My channel has also received like 28,000 views in the last year as well. My work is also featured in the Scarlet. It's a student-run, Clark University-run newspaper here in Clark University. Also, speaking about the finances now, I have invested $8,300 till now in my business, and those are Vijay Snap's asset by now, which has helped me generate revenue of $40,000 by now. It's a 480% of ROI. So we have 3 main revenue streams. One of them, the biggest one, is cinematic videos. To produce one cinematic video of 60 seconds, I charge $1,000 per video, which is, as of now, it can increase in the future as I include more technologies as well as people. Second revenue stream is portrait photos. I charge $250 per session, as well as LinkedIn photo shoots for students, faculties on campus. So what's my next plan? I'm building a full functional studio for which it needs a capital of $15,000, which I'm investing $12,000 by myself, and today my ask is $3,000 from you judges, which I'm planning to invest in a secondary camera, $2,500, and invest some money, like $500 for Instagram ads. What this will do for me is it will cut my shooting time in half, also increase my editing speed twice. So this will allow me to produce more videos every month, and it can generate $6,000 per month in revenue. And as I grow, as I bring more technologies, I target to increase my revenue from $40,000 to $72,000 per year, which will be a calculated ROI of 380%. So if you have a vision, if you have an idea, you can consult with me, and I will bring that idea to reality. You can connect with me on my social medias, as well as you can reach out to me on my mentioned email ID as well as website. Thank you very much.
When you did your financials, the financials were ROI against the cost of the kit. But where are the costs of the travel, the hotel? There's cost involved with that, and that no longer makes your ROI as high as it is. How are you accounting for that?
So since I'm a one-man business owner as of now, that cost is again incurred by me as well as earned by me. So
go ahead.
Yeah, so that's what it's money that is invested from the business to the business. That's why I thought it's not a cost directly coming to me because I'm making the whole revenue, $1,000 for myself. So
yeah, but that doesn't cover your travel, right? Or is somebody else picking that up? I mean, there's costs. I mean, we hire videographers, and there's costs associated with moving the gear around as well as travel.
Yeah, that can account for operation cost, of course. But as of now, I've not much invested into traveling, all those things for project purposes. So maybe, I didn't count for that as my ROI. I just count.
You should going forward, because that'll give you a true ROI.
Okay.
I am a big fan of partnership, so I think you could find a partner to work together. Like our previous venture, the marketing, the content company, Millman, yes. So you can work together, I think. Hopefully, that would be great. Because I think you have the skills, you have the talents, and sometimes, but you're just one person, you cannot cover everything. Yeah. So teamwork will make your venture more success in the future.
No, thank you for the suggestion. Of course, in an industry like video production, of course, we need to have a big team, and that's where I will collaborate with Millman Management in future for sure,
So what's your target market for the 60-second videos, and how many of those have you done?
So till now, in the last 3 years, I have done 25 videos for the business owners. So majorly anyone who has a product, they want to tell a compelling story about it, and let's say business owners, that's it, and individuals as well. So they are my target customers to making 60-second cinematic videos.
Okay, but it's not usually students, correct, right? Because it would be $1,000, right, for each 60-second video?
Yeah, so that's what I charge. But if some student come to me with an idea, of course I can charge them less, which like I do sometimes. It's not like every video is $1,000, like stepping stone kind of thing. It's not like that. Okay. I charge sometimes $400 to students, $150 for students, given the budget they have. But I work with them a lot of times. A lot of time I also work for free with like collaborations and everything. So yeah, but this is purely the revenue stream. That's why it's for the business owners who can actually afford that much to make a video for themselves.
Great, thanks.
So kind of backing off what he just said, meaning, so business owners, local business owners, as far as like you can travel, are we talking central Massachusetts, New Hampshire, kind of what's that geographic range of your target customer?
So for now, I'm targeting Boston area, New Hampshire area, in fact, Worcester area, so it is local market. And as I look forward to grow more and have more people on my team, we will expand into more geographies, of course.
Okay, and I didn't see much on your marketing, and the reason I'm asking is because I heard you say you've made 5 of those 60-second videos?
25,
Oh,
but it's like,
25.
yeah, it's in the last 3 years. Majorly it's in Indonesia as well, in India as well, yeah.
If they're as powerful as what you introduced with, I really think you need to put a large marketing spend on that because that was captivating. So in my opinion, you need to really focus a lot on marketing and getting those small businesses because that was very skillful.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I will work on that.
Hi, and congratulations on the presentation.
Thank you.
I think you have a very good business idea on your hands. And I want to ask you, have you automated any of your processes, or have you considered automating some of them so you can be, because you're a solopreneur right now.
Yeah.
And you're really doing everything just like some of them mentioned. Have you automated any of your processes, and have you considered some?
Not really, but I'm working on that to automate certain process like getting more clients or editing process, but not as of now. Everything as of now is like planned individually for a project. So I look more into that to automate in the future, working with my mentor as well as my other teammates. But for now, it's all individually manual work.
Consider that, because if you're doing the entire process, your entire sales funnel and everything on your own at the same time that you are producing and creating the content, it's very time consuming, and that will hinder your growth.
Yeah, I agree with that. So this is one of the problems which I've identified, and of course, you very well said that. So I'm working on that to delegate a lot of areas to dedicated people so the business can run more faster. Yeah.
Great.
Please do not forget to trademark it.
Trademark it, yeah. We got that.
And also, like the same suggestion with the previous project is, because you're doing video, make sure you have enough legal paper documents.
Yeah.
You're taking people, taking kids, make sure they sign the video release. I think that's very important for student venture. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, if I'm working with some production company, normally we will do a lot of video release signing paperwork. It's very important.
Yeah, no, for every project we do make a contract in which we have like model release as well as our deals that we do in a contract itself. Yeah. Sure.
Good job.
How long does it take for you, so your $1,000 60-second commercials, on average, how long of your time does it take you to edit and produce the outcome?
On an average, it takes me 7 hours of work, probably 1 hour of consultation, discussing with client, setting the scope right, and then 3 hours of editing, 2 hours probably of shooting, or sometimes 3 hours of shooting. But on an average, it's like 3 hours shooting, 3 hours editing, and I can produce one video of 60 seconds.
So you get a decent ROI on that.
Yeah. So that's what I'm looking forward to scale. It has a huge scope for me to add people more into my business, and then of course, channel it well to produce more videos with time.
Do you ever contract other operators for your films, for the 60-second advertisements?
As of now, not yet.
And on the other side of that, do you ever work with other video companies that need extra sets of hands? That's another way to
Yeah.
grow the business a little bit.
Yeah. So for the same purpose, I would partner with my competitors, probably work together on a same project. And in that case, of course, we will need this. I'll do that.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, judges. That's all the businesses for today. So let's have one more round of applause for everyone who participated.
Congratulations to everyone.
We're going to go into a longer break now. Judges, I ask that you all follow Professor Quinn as you go into the deliberation phase. We'll all be back here at 4 p.m. for the award ceremony, so we look forward to seeing you all then. Thank you.
Maybe enjoy the sunshine.
I know this must be getting...
has cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Hello, hello. Do we have any judges in the room? If so, could you please take your seats? And we don't. Okay. Where are the judges? We need the judges. Do you know where they are?
Yeah, they're coming back from
Yeah. Yeah. I want to touch.
They vary depending on the size, how intricate it is.
Love basement businesses.
I had to build a structure.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Welcome back, judges.
We thought so. We're in it.
Hope the deliberation process went well. Expect nothing less, you know? The tables being flipped over. So we're waiting on 2 more judges. There's one.
Yeah.
Oh no! Well, I guess that didn't work. Wait a second. Help yourself. Well, would you look at that? Introducing Help Yourself.
Good afternoon. My name is Nate Bethencourt. I'm an entrepreneur and a first-year student at Clark, and one of my ventures is Help Yourself Juices, where I make and I deliver cold-pressed juices made from fresh fruits and vegetables. For those that aren't familiar with the term cold-pressed, traditional juicing or blending, when you make a juice, the blender, it makes the juices with heat, so it kills the nutrients in your fruits and your vegetables, so you're not getting the full nutrition value of whatever you're trying to juice. As for a cold press juicer, when you juice, you keep all the nutrients because it's masticating the produce. So you get the full nutritious value of whatever juice you're trying to make. The way I got into juicing, little backstory, I was born in Panama, so I was always around different types of exotic fruits and vegetables, the kinds you won't really see here in the US. So growing up, my mom would always have home remedies for different stuff health conditions. I was also born prematurely, so my whole life I was always dealing with malnutrition and having to go the extra mile to get the full nutrients that my body needs. So as I was growing up and getting older, I would experiment with different juices, different recipes. Friends and families would be curious of what I'm making and what the taste of what I'm making is. So I started sharing it with them. They loved it, and I made a business out of it, and that's how Health Yourself came about. I would post on Instagram all the time. Friends or strangers would slide up, DM me, message me, asking me what the juices are, what the benefits are for them. So the benefits that I've felt from making juices, the extra energy I have, the focus, the productivity, or even just overall health, gut issues, digestive issues, it's helped me immensely. And wanted to share that with other people that aren't necessarily as health conscious. Those benefits are life-changing, and that is one of the core values of Health Yourself, is to educate people on the benefits of healthier consumptions of these juices and being more aware of what you're putting inside your body, because in these days a lot of people aren't. So those are the benefits of juicing. One of the biggest ones is anxiety. I deal with anxiety, nervousness, and the juices do help a lot with it. Like right now, I need a shot for it. I'm a little nervous, but. So a lot of the times I'll go to like gas stations, convenience stores, while I'm on the road after work, and I'll be parched, thirsty, and I'll want a quick grab, go to a gas station, grab a juice, or look for something healthy that would sit right. A lot of the times I'll always see soda, juices that are full of sugar, a bunch of preservatives, additives, and I'll see that constantly. So I saw a problem there. So I got a vision of going in and seeing healthier options. So one of my goals is to have my juices in gas stations and convenience stores for any other people that are trying to get a quick grab. They stop by and they have a healthy option to choose from besides the soda and the bad stuff, energy drinks that are available. So my solution was to start a cold press juice business. I started off locally. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Nantucket. It's the juice. They started off locally, and now they're a multi-billion-dollar company. So I started off juicing locally. I did a bunch of pop-ups here at Clark. Before that, I'm a member at Crunch Fitness. It's a gym located in Worcester. I did one of my pop-ups there as well. My target customers are people that are health conscious, but health is for everyone. I have people from Mass, from Lynn, all over the place. The juicing market right now is estimated to reach $147 billion. That's last year. They're estimated to reach $189.9 billion by 2028. So the market is still growing. I feel I'm in the perfect space at the right time, getting into the market, and also passionate about it, so there's always more to learn the more we go on. So my customers, they vary. Most of them are females, actually, usually in the health field. I have mechanics. I do welding. A bunch of guys in my job site, they've tasted my juices. So every day I'm making sales at work. So my customer base expands pretty far, more than just for people that are health conscious. So since I started juicing in June of last year, I've sold 350 juices. I sell them for $10 a juice. It cost me roughly $4.07 to make one juice. I deliver as well as one of my services, and I require a three bottle minimum when I'm doing deliveries. So the revenue it's been 3,000, a little over 3,000 so far. My cost of goods since then is 1,400, and my profit has been $2,075. $2,075. Messing up my numbers. And change, there you go. I'm like, there you go, and 50 cents. So right now I'm using a juicer called the Nano Juicer. It's a home juicer, cost me $500. It's done me well. I've been able to juice a good amount. 26 pounds of produce, I'm only getting 500 milliliters of juice from every 26 pounds. With the MX1 juicer, I will be able to get much more out of 26 pounds of juice without having to buy more produce. This machine is a commercial juicer, and it costs $5,500, which is pretty pricey. And that is my ask for my Clark Tank ask. So I can purchase a juicer and I can invest my money into marketing, my website, my LLC, and other aspects of my business that I can invest in without having to necessarily put it into the juicer yet. I do have a long-term goal of getting my juicer, but with the investment of Clark Tank, I'll be able to reach that goal much sooner than later. And that is my presentation. I have an Instagram at Health Yourself, email address and phone number that people reach me at to order juices as well. You can contact me at any time. Thank you.
So I have a question about the juicer. That juicer is for a new juicer, right?
Excuse me, sir?
The cost of that is for a brand new juicer?
Yes.
Did you price out a used juicer?
I did. I couldn't find any used juicers. I did due diligence for about a week. I did emails. They'll send me emails when they do come up with any available juicers. Okay. They do sell used juicers. They didn't have any from when I started to now, so I haven't been able to find any, unfortunately.
I think you did a great job. My question is regarding your competition. Have you identified them, and how is your price point comparing to them, your ingredients, your process, and such?
So yes, I have a couple competitors. I know a few people locally as well that do juices. None of them deliver juices. One of my near goals coming soon is a van. I'm investing in a van to deliver my juices from. So I'll have a marketing aspect of that because my juice and my logo will be on the van. It'll be a juice van. So that stands me out from my competitors. None of them deliver. So that's a service that I feel would do me much better.
Okay. And then just my last question. Are you permitted? Like when you sell your pop-ups, are you in touch with the Board of Health? Do you know those regulations?
No, yes. I'm in the process of having all those legal stuff situated. So yes, I am aware of it, and that is something I'm working on right now, even with my nutrition facts on the bottles as well.
So many resources for you. On a side note, get with me afterwards. I can help you.
Definitely will.
How are you marketing to your target audience?
So my biggest marketing scheme is word to mouth. That is the best marketing so far, and it's worked well. Everyone that's tasted my juice, a lot of the recommendations, people would message me on Instagram from someone else that tasted my juice, and that's expanded my customer base significantly.
Hi, congratulations on your venture. My name is Miguelina Peralta. In my organization, If For All, we have helped other businesses that are in the similar industry as you are. And by the way, you said you were born in Panama?
Yes.
Yeah, I lived in Panama for a few years and
Really?
in a work post. So
Can I ask you what part?
I love your country. San Francisco.
Oh, okay.
Calle
Nice.
74.
Oh, even,
Yeah,
okay.
That
Nice.
was great. A great life experience. So the revenue that you showed so far, it's not enough to go to this full-time yet. So you're doing this part-time.
It's not enough for what?
To just quit a job and live off of that.
Oh, right.
Yet. So how do you plan to scale your production and how fast for you to start going into this full-time?
So I'm looking to build a team. I believe that you can't do anything by yourself. It always takes a team to put different aspects. I'll be able to focus on the juices, the flavors, and different things that I don't have necessarily all the time to focus on when I'm trying to run all the other aspects of the business. So building a team is what I'm working on to answer that.
Okay, thank you. What's the shelf life of each juice?
I'm glad you asked that because that was supposed to be part of my presentation. So a week from when it's first juiced is the shelf life for it before the fruits and the contents start getting fermented because they're all natural. At stores, Whole Foods or Shaw's, everywhere else, they're sitting on the shelf for about a month, maybe 2 months, you don't really know. My juices, about after a week, you'll start tasting how fermented the vegetables and the fruits start getting. So comfortably after a week of them being juiced is the shelf life.
Do you date it on the bottle?
I do. I didn't have time to date these ones.
Okay.
When you're talking about your cost of goods, is that the cost of your bottles as well as the cost of the fruit
Yes.
to produce it?
Yes.
Do you buy, so one of the opportunities I see for you to make more money is to buy your products in bulk. Where are you currently sourcing your fruit and vegetables from?
So I'll go to local farmers right now, or I'll go to regular food chain supermarkets. So those are my two sources right now.
Might be a good opportunity for you to partner with a local farm who may be
yes.
willing to give you some items at a less cost for partnering and putting their name out there too.
Right.
And
Thank you
some
for
of the
that.
produce, while excellent in nutritional value, may not be as pretty, so you get it at a discounted rate.
I agree.
Misfit Foods, what was that name of that company?
And also, like a lot of supermarkets would say organic, but it's only so organic that they really do get. So I feel local farmers would be a much better alternative to stick with.
Yeah, you can deliver juice and pairing with some cookies, chocolates. Those together, I think would be good. Find a partner.
Cookies and chocolates. We have one of the Clark tanks that do
Yep.
cookies, so there you are.
Sadie.
And I also do have one of these juices for each of you.
Yes.
I know you guys were waiting for
I
it.
was waiting for that.
What's the flavor of these juices?
So this one is it's called Skin Glow. It's specifically made for brighter skin, dry skin, and they have pineapple, oranges, ginger, lemon, turmeric, and honey.
Oh my God. This is delicious.
Thank you. And they were freshly made last night.
Oh my gosh. Do you have any more with you that I can buy and bring home?
So I made enough for judges, but I will have some more.
You're local. He's local.
I-
Have a
exactly.
conversation.
I'm down the street. I'll be seeing you.
Word to mouth.
The one, I get the word of mouth, but the one thing you have to focus on is developing a marketing plan.
No, for sure. And that's why I'm building a team, so I can have someone specifically for that.
One of the things with building a team is it's a great concept, right? But most people are not working for free.
Right.
So you've got to think about how you are going to put this team together. Where's the money going to come from to build that team too?
So is that a question? Is that
Kind of,
the
yes.
answer?
You can-
So I'm working right now, and I have saved up for when I do start building a team. I'll be able to extract from my work funds into that until I start building revenue from the business enough to pay them from that. So.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Very good job.
I want to buy these.
All right, my guy. Appreciate
I'll
that.
get you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of us for coming back, and the judges for being here again, and everyone for gathering in this space.
Yeah, and with our last presentation done, that concludes Clark Tank 2023. And so, all we got left now, the money. And so we will begin our award ceremony.
Am I starting? Okay.
All right, that was a way to end it, huh? Well done. I'm glad you made it. Okay, so we have an interesting judging panel here. These 7 have quite the personalities, okay? So I have no idea what they have done. And I go in there, and they're just having a good time. They've already decided who's going to read off the winners and everything like that. I'm like, okay, fine. So what we're going to do is we'll start with 4th place, move up to, no? Oh, whoa, see, I told you.
Just hand her the microphone. We got this.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to also represent the Entrepreneurship Club. So if you'd like more opportunities like this, or even on smaller scale, I would love for anyone to join our opportunities. Oh, I want to show it. Okay. So.
Yes, she'll go up, yes.
Okay. Oh, this is bringing me flashbacks. So if you're interested in being a part of the Entrepreneurship Club or helping us grow and do different activities, my email is cko@clarku.edu. If not, just come to me afterwards. And so the entrepreneurship prize is for $250. 100 will be used for the Small Business Center to be used for anything they want, but then the rest of the 150 will be used for your business itself. So, drum roll. We are awarding Kindly Anonymous $250.
We thank everyone for being here, and this is amazing because that way we can do stickers with you.
Thank you so much. We're going to help spread kindness everywhere from this.
Why are we smiling?
Do you want me to hold it?
It's okay. All right. It was really fun. That's the best time ever. I really enjoyed it. So I'm going to provide 2 big checks. I mean, the size is big. Okay. This prize is from myself. I'd just like to give out to our community. There are 2. Okay, there are 2. I want to do 3 actually, but they don't have actual check. It's fine. So, the first one is $500. I would like to provide to Dragon Ink as a Community Impact Award. Great job. And the second one, did you see it? Did you see it? Yeah. You saw it? Yeah. No. Okay, the second one, wow. Helping Hands MB. It's another Community Impact Award. Great job, and keep doing what you're doing. My photographer is there.
Thank you.
Who is going to announce us? Who's the 4th?
All right. Congratulations, everyone, again. I'm here to announce the 4th place prize for $1,000. Can I get a drum roll? Goes to Vijay Snap.
All right, first of all, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, judges, and everyone. I'm not sure what to say, but again, thank you very much. Vijay Snap continues to grow.
Hi, I'm introducing the third place award, and it goes to the Umpire Channel.
I don't know where they're going to go with this. Just hold them there.
And congratulations to all presenters. And I have the pleasure to announce the second place. And this will go to Schweitzer Studios.
You're going to make an announcement? You're going to make an announcement?
Sure.
An announcement?
Yes, thank you, Teresa, for reminding me. And I have an announcement for the entire audience. As some of you know, or all of you by now, I'm the executive director of E4All, and we want to invite you to our on-pitch contest that Teresa and I are working together on behalf of E4All, and we would like to invite you to apply, not only the participants, but any of you that have a business idea or are dreaming of starting a business. Please apply on the e4all.org page and look for the Greater Worcester community, and you will find the link. The deadline is March 9 to apply, so please do it soon. And we will have that happening in Worcester, and it will be announced very soon, the location as well. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa.
The moment you've all been waiting for. So I just want to say that the judging was not easy. Everybody did amazing. We wish we had an award for every single one of you, but there was a venture that definitely took the cake, and I'm super happy to announce that first place goes to the dynamic duo of Millman Management.
Sure, go do a speech if you want. I know you want.
Yes, I do. This was so much fun. I had a great time. We were lucky because we get to work with the great entrepreneurs of Clark University. We're all going to go on to amazing things. We should continue to work together and collaborate. I think that's how we're going to really do well and thrive. We have this beautiful Colors of the Wind piece that they did for our collaboration. Also, Squid Ink. You can check them both out on Instagram. Thank you.
Okay, my committee, who wants to come up here? Committee, all of you, come on, come. Go committee, go. Who would like to? I'll talk. Okay. We have one more in our committee, which is Julie Bolduc, but she is out today, but you can see it, goes right through. Try to hide it. Try to pull yourselves together. They have been working with me well before October. They got together with me. They helped me strategize. They come through in the clinch always. They all have such different perspectives on everything. And when we did the semifinals, we were the judges of the semifinals to move on to the finals. And I turned around and I gave everybody their feedback, and I listed them as judge 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, because I didn't tell you who was who. And it was so funny listening to you guys going, well, was that you? Was that you? Was that you? And they could never guess. But one thing I did hear over and over again was that the judges' critiques, our critiques, were also very, very different. And I was like, that's exactly what you're going to be looking at here. So I thank them for bringing their uniqueness to that judging. So we pick a committee award every year, and our committee award is based on who put in the effort with us, who was always there, who asked the questions, who took advantage of absolutely everything they offered. They met with me more than once. They met with me twice. They went and they met with them. They just took advantage of everything that we had to offer. And we have given that to...
So the winner for the 2023 Clark Tank Committee Award is Claire Grant for Dragon Inc. Come on, let the applause be louder.
Congrats, congrats.
Jaguar. Put that jaguar in there. Or cougar, whatever it's supposed to be. That's what I'm talking about.
All right, that concludes Clark Tank Venture Development 2023. I don't even remember where I am. On Monday, Professor Kakuzo is going to have her pitch contest in ASIC 202 from 9 to 12, and we have a couple participants in there. I know.
I took some pictures.
Thank you. And who else is in there? Win, where's Win? Win? Oh, all right. So, but everyone, thank you so much, and we look forward to next year.